losing all my breath. Making love to you was never second best. I saw the world crashing all around your face, never really knowing it was always mesh and lace. I'll stop the world and melt with you.
We are live. Yeah, there we go. And we are live back here at the TPUSA Student Action Summit in Tampa, Florida, at the Tampa Bay Convention Center. And it is a hoppin' happening, a beautiful Saturday here. We'll be here all day doing interviews. Remember to stop by the Crusade Radio Network booth and come and talk to us, because we are giving away an ounce of silver again today. Who won our silver yesterday? Megan was her name. So we can prove to you that we actually are giving the ounce of silver away, because Megan is going to come and claim hers. So our first interview guest here today is Alma Ohene Opari. Is it Opara or Opare?
Opari.
Opare. And he is with Legal Immigrants for the Restoration of America here at TPUSA. Tell me about what it is that you do.
All right, so I am a legal immigrant that took 18 years.
18 years.
18 years to become an American citizen.
Okay.
And because of that, I understand the process, and I understand the reason why people like me want to come to America. And unfortunately, I feel like we have lost that thread. And our focus, because the immigration system has been abused so long, our focus has always been on the illegal immigrants, and we've completely forgotten the legal immigrants.
The legal immigrants.
And along with that, I feel like we are growing a generation of Americans that have lost their sense of patriotism. And for legal immigrants, we have a very unique perspective of where we came from, why we left, why we see America as the shining city on the hill. And I believe we need to elevate the voices of legal immigrants to help in the restoration of America.
Now, you are from the African country of Ghana.
Yes, Ghana.
If someone's looking at the continent of Africa on a globe, where's Ghana?
So Ghana is in West Africa, 2 countries to the west of Nigeria. So you have Nigeria, you have Benin, Togo, and then you have Ghana.
Okay.
So if you generally know where Nigeria is, Ghana is about a 45-minute plane ride from Nigeria.
Okay, so I do know where Nigeria is, because I've been talking to a lot of Nigerians. Your English is very good, by the way.
Thank you.
Did you start learning English like when you were still in Ghana? I mean,
Yes, so English is the official language of Ghana. So Ghana is a former British colony.
Okay.
And so English is the official language. The only thing that changed with me was I lost my accent, for the most part.
Well, you did a good thing getting rid of the British. Let's just put it that way, because the British are like going downhill. Okay, so did you speak here, or are you speaking here?
So actually, I was invited as a special guest.
Okay.
And so I don't have an actual speaking slot, but I'm meeting with other like-minded creators for the purpose of networking and kind of bringing the movement together. I think one of the challenges of conservatism in general is that we are, a lot of us, individualistic, and we need to be able to build community so that we can share ideas, share resources, and share talent so that we can move America forward in a kind of cohesive way rather than everybody trying to do it on their own.
Is it a big trade or a big thing like in Ghana to want to emigrate to the United States?
Oh, yeah. Everybody would love to come to America. And when I think about it, I'm like, maybe we could do an exchange process. So the Americans who hate America want to burn our flags. Maybe we should give them a one-way ticket and exchange them for other people who actually love the country.
And you're saying that you wouldn't, that the people of Ghana would, the Americans wouldn't like Ghana, is what you're saying.
I don't know that they wouldn't like Ghana, but I know that there are a lot of Ghanaians who would love to come to America.
You say Ghanaians.
Exactly.
That's how you say it, Ghanaians.
Ghanaians.
Okay, so you're a Ghanaian.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's plumb the depth of that topic for just a hair second here. Is Ghana one of those countries that is resource rich but private property poor?
Very much so. So Ghana is one of the world's largest exporters of gold, and then also one of the largest producers of cocoa, so the cocoa bean, and also one of the largest producers of timber. So we have these major export commodities. We have a lot of resources. The challenge has always been how to take those resources, put it on the market in a fair way so that we can actually benefit the people of the country. Unfortunately, that hasn't worked very well. And so Ghana is growing. The challenge is it trickling down to the people who need it?
Okay.
And unfortunately, it's not happening very efficiently.
Because there are countries like Nigeria, for example, has a terrible problem with private property. And what's her name, Candace? Obanoe Okiocha, the pro-life activist. She was in one of my favorite movies, my favorite documentaries, which is it's called Poverty Inc. Michael Matheson Miller and Mather, and he says, he interviews her in the movie, and she said, "Let me tell you something, Bono. Let me tell you something, Bono. Stay away from Nigeria. You stay. We don't want you. Do not come to Nigeria. Do not bring rice. Do not bring grain. We have all the food we could ever eat. Stop coming here. You are making us poor." And her point is that they keep these, like Haiti, for example, keep it free of private property ownership, free of the people actually being able to take advantage of their own resources, which is why I asked you about the private property. Hi, Reagan. To be able to take advantage of their own private property, right? This is key. Not just making America great again. Can we make Ghana great again? Let's start in Africa. Can we make Nigeria great again? These are beautiful countries with beautiful people. You know, you meet real Africans and you go like, these people are amazing. They're really, you guys are really, you're very kind and very easy to get to know people, I find. The dream of coming to America is great, but maybe there can be other Americas, is kind of my point.
That is true. I mean, it would be nice to not have the entire world depend on America.
Sure.
And, you know, we can create safe havens in all over the world where people can experience freedom and actually pursue happiness. And so I think it makes sense. And I think it's already catching on with the second incarnation of the Trump administration. It's helping people begin to think about making their countries first and thinking about their own countries and their own interests. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be, you know, I would be very happy to support a Make Ghana Great Again movement. I think there are opportunities, there are a huge amount of intellectual power, except the challenges have to do with, you know, not the people per se, but the systems that have been built to support the people. So one of the reasons why I wanted to come to America was because I felt this need to achieve and to do something greater than myself. The problem is I was limited because of the infrastructure and the because of, it's almost like a mental atrophy, because people have been conditioned to believe that they can't achieve in Ghana. And because of that, when you talk to people and you have a great idea, people would say to you, "This is Ghana. You can't do this in Ghana. This is Ghana. This is not America." They would literally tell you, "This is not America. You can't do this here." And so I needed to leave so I could be in a place where my mind was not limited to the infrastructure. And I could wake up in the morning, go to Home Depot, and come up with an idea and build something. And that's the promise of America, and I want to restore that.
So, when you came to the United States, where did you offload? What was your first destination? And when you got there, was that like, I don't think I'm going to stay here. I'm going to go try another city?
Believe it or not, I landed in Los Angeles, California. That is where I landed. Funny thing, when I got to Los Angeles, it was May of 2003. The first words out of my mouth as I walked out of LAX was, "This place is too cold. How am I going to survive?" So that was my biggest concern, was how I was going to survive the cold. So I lived in Los Angeles for 2 years. While I was there, I had the opportunity to see American life from the perspective of the very poor. I worked around Compton, Watts. I worked around Inglewood and other areas like that. And then I also saw the dichotomy by working around Malibu, Bel Air, Beverly Hills, and I saw this divide, and I wanted to understand why, some people live in a certain level of economic, ability, and then why other people seem like they've been left behind. And I found and understood the policies that have driven people into these states of depression, economic depression, and I wanted to fight against it.
So I saw, so you came here in 2003, so you might have actually been able to see this speech at the 2004 Republican National Convention. Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California at the time, gave a speech, and he talked about, he goes, when I got to America, I land in Los Angeles, and I see all these poor people, they're everywhere, and everywhere I go, they got the barrios, they got the poor people, the ghetto, and he's like, oh, this country is not good, it's all poor. Then I went to Beverly Hills, and I see, oh, they have all of these rich people here, look at all the things that you could do. And then I hear Lyndon Johnson talking on television, and he sounds like I said, this sounds like Austria, like this is socialism. He said, then I heard Nixon, and Nixon was talking about getting the government off your back. Nixon was talking about entrepreneurship, and then I said, I want to be an American. I want to be an American. So that's kind of the Los Angeles that you landed into?
Exactly. One of the biggest culture shocks for me as I got out of LAX and got on the freeway was seeing homeless people and seeing trash. And I was like, this is not the America I was sold, right?
I want my immigration money back. Give me my money back.
Exactly. But then, like I said, and this is something I've been saying ever since, if you see anything in America that is not up to par with what you expect of a country like America, it is because it is a choice that politicians and people in power have made to keep it that way. So if you go to California and you see the homeless on the streets and you see the trash and you see the dregs of humanity, it is not because America doesn't have the talent, the wisdom, the money to be able to resolve those things. It is because people have made a conscious decision to keep people in squalor. And that is something that we need to fight against. And that is something that, I am working to inspire people to recognize that our problems are manufactured.
Well, the squalor business, I'm with Alma Eugenio Power. He is with Legal Migrants for the Restoration of America here. The squalor business is huge. You know this. This is a multi-billion-dollar business. If you don't have people in squalor, then you can't have fake charity to rescue them, right?
Exactly.
Because real charity doesn't look for tax deductions and credit. Doesn't want its face up on a billboard. Don't want anyone really to know what it is that it's doing, because that's kind of the Christian way, right? But the fake charity, like in Poverty Inc., the squalor industry, as you could kind of call it, that is, it's huge, and you can't. You're probably going, as long as there is a government that is as wealthy or as in debt, fake wealthy as ours, and is giving money away, you're probably going to have the squalor industry because it pays.
It pays. It really, really does pay. And I would say the model is the exact same model that they use for Africa. They never transfer either the knowledge, the wisdom, the education, and the infrastructure to allow people to get out of poverty.
Right.
They want to give just enough to keep you on the leash so they can control what you do. And in many times we've seen them attempt to push policies that are completely opposite to the culture and to the religion of the people living there in order to get them to accept those policies in exchange for foreign aid. And those are some of the things USAID and other organizations were doing. And so the same thing they're doing to California is the same model. You have all these charities who take money from the government, but they never develop the people enough for them to get out of their poverty. They keep them on the leash so they can keep control over them.
So where would people find the Legal Migrants for the Restoration of America?
Okay, so LIFTRA is an organization I started for the purpose, as I said, of bringing attention to legal immigrants and elevating their voice so we can rebuild America together. You can go to liftra.org, liftra.org. And you can join us and be part of the movement to restore America by listening to the voices of the people who left their homes to come here.
We need more. We need more people like you, Eugenio Power. Do you do anything else other than
Yes.
run Liftra?
So on social media, you can
You're
find me.
You're a motivational speaker. They tell me.
I-
Motivate me.
See, I say this: the worst thing you can do to a person is to hide from them their potential. And
a
my
good
goal
saying.
is to go to people, help them recognize their potential, fight for that potential, and make something of themselves. That is my goal. So yeah, go follow me on social media. My social media handle is Willful Positivity. Willful Positivity on Instagram and on TikTok. You can go follow me there.
And would you say that, and we have 30 seconds left, would you say that your mission thus far has been a success? Have you met other immigrants that are now more people that want to immigrate for the right reasons legally?
I have met a lot of them, yes. And so the mission is coming together. But one thing I want to do over the next year for America's birthday is to create a documentary highlighting the voices of these illegal immigrants who have made that.
You should absolutely do that. I want to thank Alma Eugenio Parra for stopping by. We're going to send you back to the studio for a couple of minutes, and then we'll rejoin you here on the Crusade Radio Network. Thank
right.
you. It's nice
Thank
to
you for
meet you,
having me.
brother. And now you go finish your American sandwich. Now, don't go away, though, because we got to get our picture here. And, folks, send you back to the studio here. We'll be back in about 3 minutes right here on the Crusade Radio Network at the TPUSA Student Action Summit. Test, test. Test, test.
Just got my pound of gold from the Crusade Channel's gold contest. Woo. Looky there. Nice. Looks like 12 gold coins. Thank you so much, Crusade Channel, for giving me this opportunity to win this gold. I am so blessed.
All right, we're back here live at Turning Point USA, TPUSA Student Action Summit. Mike Church here on the Crusade Radio Network. We have been in and out and live all day long, and looks like we'll be here till about 7 o'clock tonight. We're giving an ounce of silver away today. In exchange for your email address, I'll give you a ticket to win my ounce of silver in exchange for your email address. Simple as easy as that. You can get a subscription today for $47 plus a free Mike Church Show t-shirt as a POTUS 47 special today. And just come by and find us. We're right across from Real America's Voice. Can't miss us. So we're going to continue our interview series as we have been doing all day here today. Oh, did you meet her? Olivia gets I almost said Olivia gets around, but not like that. Olivia works the room. How about that? She works the ropes. Joined now by a very special guest, the Midnight 123 at TikTok. So this is the only guy that was reporting anything or talking about what happened with the Diddy verdict. And that's how, when he came by earlier, I went, wait a minute, I know the name, I know this Midnight guy. And you were talking about Diddy. So first of all, welcome.
Thank you so much.
And he has to go by the pseudonym, the Midnight 123. I told him, I said, dude, that's your WWE name. That's your wrestling name. And he literally, you got the bod to be a wrestler, okay? A big guy here. So tell me, what do you think? Did Diddy get away?
Oh yeah, he got away. I got to tell you, if this was just based straight on humanity and based on if the guy is a good guy or a bad guy, he would have went away for life. Because we all know he's not a good guy. And but I think that he went through the trial and he was an innocent man until proven guilty. And I think that the government dropped the ball putting these RICO charges together. It probably should have went through state and not through federal. And if it went through state and he was charged with the proper crimes, he would have never saw the light of day again.
So the government, the prosecutor is James Comey's daughter. Coincidence?
Coincidence or not, I got to tell you, the whole thing was, I don't know if it was as deep as a scandal or a sham, but I had over 200,000 people on my live waiting for this verdict while we were down there. It was the biggest live I ever had, and what an emotional roller coaster when that thing came in, not guilty. And we are a huge voice for women that are in domestic violent relationships and abuse, and they were sitting on the tip of their seats on eggshells. That if this man can go away, then I surely can have the strength, to face my abuser and the courage to leave this type of a relationship. And I got to tell you, it was just devastating. Everybody went to, from let's go, we're going to get this guy, to the emojis of tears. One woman came on and she was like, Midnight, what do I do? And I get emotional when I talk about this because I remember this like it was in my heart. She comes at midnight, what am I going to do? My husband's going to come. He's coming home in a couple of hours and he's already celebrating, and he's my abuser, and he's going to celebrate by maybe kicking me or hitting me or beating me or telling me that I'm not good enough. And it was just such an emotional moment for that piece. And I got to tell you, and whoever the lady is out there, my hearts and prayers go out for you, that we hope that we give you enough courage to get out of there.
So talk about, how do you become the persona that is the Midnight 123? What got you into this? And how many followers do you have on TikTok?
Right now, we just hit over 450,000 followers on TikTok. In the month of October, before Donald Trump became president, about 7 days before, we had 1.4 million followers. And TikTok, we still love you, TikTok, but they, whoever was running it at that point, they shut us down. I don't know why they suspended our account 7 days before Donald Trump became president. But I knew that I was not the only influencer supporting Donald Trump, as we had 39 million views that month. And getting millions upon millions of people to register to vote all around the country. So we were really proud of what we were doing until they shut us down. A few months after, I dusted myself off, and here we are with now the Midnight 123, my backup account, and we're hitting almost 500,000 followers. So
what do you do?
We are a voice for. We started off with, we're a voice for children that are being bullied, as the rate for children being that take their own lives every year is somewhere hitting around 4,800 children every year are taking their own lives due to bullying. We We donate our time. We speak to mommies. We speak to daddies. Talk to your children. How are they? Are they okay? Are they doing all right? Don't just let them go to school. And if you're annoying them, that's okay. We need to know, are they at the breaking edge? Are they talking about hurting themselves? Are they talking about taking their lives? Up to date, I have about 89 children that I can proudly say that I've talked down from taking their own lives and hurting themselves, that I can proudly say that they are here with us today because of our platform.
And this is all done on so TikTok is your main source.
TikTok is my main source.
So you're not on X, or you just don't spend a lot of time on it.
I am on X. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. We promote those other platforms through TikTok. So we encourage you to come to TikTok first. We encourage you to come to TikTok first, and then we always have our backup accounts promoting it over there.
Okay, so most people that I find that are working somewhat with children are not working with those that are bullied. They're working against child trafficking, sex trafficking. Right. And I don't know if that's in your area.
It is.
You and I kind of talked a little bit about Liz Crokin, and about Crokin coming out and saying, well, it was kind of a victory with Diddy because you did get him guilty on the 2 counts, but those were 2 of the counts you could have tried that in a state court, like you pointed out. The whole thing going federal, I'm like, okay, I can understand because you had interstate trafficking. There's still a way for a state court to prosecute interstate trafficking. You could convict this guy for abusing children and women from Louisiana. You could convict him in Louisiana. You could convict him in New York. His home was in L.A., obviously. He had one in Florida. You certainly could have sought a conviction in Florida. You may have gotten more convictions for Diddy out if you'd have gone the state route. So, the whole thing to me, I didn't like it from the get-go when the federal marshal showed up at his house. I'm like, why? Where's the state police? This is happening in a state, right?
Unbelievable. I have to tell you that the whole thing from the get-go, to your point, was and I knew it. I knew when they brought it federal. I knew this guy wanted a name for himself. He's going after to have a plaque on the wall that he's the man that took down Sean Diddy Combs, and he's talking about who's going to go next. There's a ton of names that they were naming, and then once it didn't go state, I said, they better come in with a strong case. And when I start seeing the victims that they were showing, and with Cassie Ventura, and by the way, I was a very huge voice for Cassie Ventura, and and the people would yell at me, well, she got $30 million. Good for her, because $30 million will never, ever, she will wake up with nightmares for the rest of her life. What that man has put her through, her brain is scrambled eggs, and you know what? I'm so proud of her to go on, get married, have children of her own, and do everything she can, to become a better life. But the worst part about this is she comes out and does the thing that we say none of these women do. She finds the strength, she finds the courage, she finally comes out, she finally does it, just to be rejected, and that her abuser walks away from the 2 most serious charges. Now, I got to tell you, I love the judge. When we were on our live, I told you we were on our live, all of a sudden everyone's down in the dumps, and we're waiting for Sean Combs to come out, and I got to tell you, when the thing came in that we said bail denied, oh my God, the fans went through the roof, and I started crying, and I said, I got a gift for everybody today. You are not going to have the pleasure of the privilege of seeing Sean Combs' face come out of this building. Let him rot there until October 3rd.
So that's the deal. So they kept him in jail, so he gets no bail until he gets sentenced.
Right.
On October the 3rd, unless Hillary gets to him between now and then, of course. These people that do this. Let's talk for a minute with Midnight 123, the Midnight 123 on TikTok. Maybe you know a little bit about it. Maybe you don't. You probably do. Let's talk for what happened to Virginia Giuffre. Virginia Giuffre is abused by Jeffrey Epstein. She is the principal witness in one of the cases that took out Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell is in a prison right now. They're now saying that there is no blood, there is no list, he didn't commit suicide, right? So Virginia Giuffre goes to Australia, gets over her abuse, and marries this guy, right? And then 2 months later, she's dead, supposedly. She left a tape, though. I saw part 1 of the tape. Where is part 2 of the Virginia Giuffre tape?
Yeah, listen, I'm from the Northeast, and one of the things is, the only thing, if you don't got your word, you don't got anything. And the other second thing is loyalty runs very, very deep. We don't turn on our friends. We don't turn on our family. Donald Trump is from the Northeast. This is very, very personal to me. I don't think that Donald Trump is part of those Epstein files as deep as anybody would like to believe. But I do believe there's a lot of long-lasting relationships in there of people and families that he will absolutely destroy. But at this point, we are the administration of transparency. And what I do love about this Epstein thing is that's the first time that I can recollect in many, many years that Americans, all Republicans, Democrats, liberals, independents, are all coming together and saying, we want those Epstein files. You know, on this side, Trump, we love you, we support you, you're our boy, but you cannot come down and say you are the administration of transparency and then come out and say we're not getting those Epstein files. So the first time I got to tell you that people are actually speaking amongst each other, like Democrats and liberals and independents and Republicans are actually talking to each other saying, yes, together, we want those Epstein files.
Well, we know where some of them are. I mean, Virginia Giuffre told us. She also, in videotape one that she left, she goes, in case of my death, I am leaving videotapes, and I'm going to name the names. And then she even says it's almost like in a movie. If you're watching this tape, that means that I'm dead. Literally, if you're watching the Virginia Giuffre tapes, it means that she's dead. She named Tom Hanks. She named George Clooney. She gave names. She said, he goes, I'm going to tell you exactly what these men did. And this was all done on Epstein Island.
Right. So
if Virginia Giuffre knew about Prince Andrew and Hanks and what was the guy's name I just said? I got a brain spasm now. Of Hanks and George Clooney.
George Clooney.
And I never would have thought Clooney. But it always has been kind of suspect to me. And here's the guy, the People magazine in like 1993 or 1994, so it was the sexiest man alive.
Right.
Dude, to my knowledge, has never been married. He has no children. So why is the sexiest man alive 30 years after he's named sexiest man alive? Why is he still not? And of course, he's a high-level fundraiser for the Democrats. Democrats are Satan-worshiping pedophiles, many of them. So it all does kind of go together. But going back to your point about the Epstein files, and everybody wants them, but they're telling us now that the files don't exist, and at the same time, these guys on that stage right there, all day long, Steve Bannon and Jack Posobiec have been talking about, no, the files are there. We want to playing all the old tapes, right? Of Bongino and Kash Patel going like, what's in the Epstein Black Book? If there is no black book, why is Ghislaine Maxwell, and there's no client list, why is Ghislaine Maxwell in a federal prison?
Yeah, listen, there is the books, there are the videos, there are the tapes. I think that they know that the American people, and this is going to get worse way before it gets better, and Trump knows he has to do something now. This is too exposed, it's too big, it's too huge. Ghislaine Maxwell is there because of all the things that she has done with corruption and collusion and involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. She is the Igor to Frankenstein. She is the Igor to Frankenstein. By the way, my uncle made Young Frankenstein. He was the producer, and I have to tell you, Michael Groskopf, may you rest in peace. I love you, and but I have to tell you that with this whole thing, they're figuring it out. Trump is in the front mark. They're figuring it out. It's going to come out. We're all going to have patience. And these people are going. At the end of the day, I am a very spiritual person. Whether these guys like Tom Hanks or the Prince coming out of overseas over the UK, or George Clooney, which we all know how we feel about him, they're either going to have to pay the piper here in this lifetime, or they're going to have to pay the piper in the next lifetime. You can hide from the eyes of the human beings, but you can't hide the eyes from our Lord and our Savior and our God. And we would like to see, as humanity, we would like to see that there's vindication for these children. We'd like to see that there's a vindication for these women. It's an atrocity. It's disgusting. And guys like me, I will never, ever stop fighting on the behalf of humanity and the vulnerable and the sick, all around the world. And these Epstein files, it's very complicated because there are very, very big people that are involved. Who are we going to mention? Who are we not going to mention? Who are we going to protect? Who are we going to bury? You know, and that's just what it is right now. And it's got to be so ugly for the president right now as he's dealing with Iran, he's dealing with Israel, he's dealing with Ukraine, he's dealing with crazy Putin, he's dealing with the borders, he's dealing with ICE agents getting attacked every day, and now he's got to deal with this man. And by the way, he definitely did not take his own life. Jeffrey Epstein, you can hear right now, he was murdered in prison, 100%.
Oh, 100%.
100% for a fact. You heard it from the Midnight.
Well, I'm busy, Midnight, but I'm not that busy. Okay. Now you bring a lot to the table here. You're making a lot of accusations here. Okay. I don't like.
No, Trump can handle this. I said this to someone yesterday. It's an amazing thing about President Trump. His people skills are second to none. He read the base. He heard us complaining and going like, "No way, dude. No way." Same way when he came out against Florida's abortion ban in August of last year or early September of last year. Within 2 days of him saying that, he stops. It's over. He never mentions it again. Well, I think Florida got it wrong. I think that's a little too quick. I think the law is just, I think they need to take another look at it. And he never said it again because he heard from the base. He came out on the IVF thing. Again, heard from the base, especially the Catholic base, and the Christian base were like, no, shut up. We do not want federal programs financing and subsidizing the killing of embryos, okay? And so he heard from the base. I think on this one, he heard loud and clear, we're not buying it. You need to go back and tell your boy, Bongino, and your boy Patel, and then tell your girl she needs to stop prosecuting the guy in the courtroom in California, the doctor who did the fake COVID shot. Drop that case, that stupidity, and get on the actual case. You know, they're saying Midnight that Matt Gaetz is not here because he's being vetted again to replace Pam Bondi and all that. I don't know. But Matt's a media guy now, and he should be here because he should be working this rope line like you were.
Right.
You're competing for listeners and viewers now.
Sure.
So I think that there is something there, obviously, and I think that Trump has heard loud and clear, and yeah, he wants it to come out. Absolutely.
Yeah, listen, I think Dan made a very, very large statement. And Dan is for the people. He's for the people, and he's for transparency. And basically what he said is that, listen, if you brought me in here to do a job, and you're telling me that I can't be truthful to the people here in the United States of America, and you're going to embarrass me, then I don't need to be here. So either we bring this out and we do this right to Kash Patel, because I also heard Kash Patel might be aligned with Dan Bongino that if they can't work together to get this out, and they're discussing with Pam Bondi, and I do think Pam Bondi is going to be the fall guy. Pam Bondi, I really do believe she's going to be gone, and Donald Trump will make nice with both of them, and they're going to put a plan together how to satisfy the American people. This is almost like back in the day with gladiators, and the tigers are here, and the people are screaming that they want to see blood, and the emperor's going to have to give them exactly what they want, because it's going to be worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
So it's Joaquin Phoenix and the gladiator with the thumb up, the thumb down.
Exactly.
What do you want? Do you want him dead? What do you want? Do you want him on a platter? Do you want his head? What do you want?
I think that's true. Now, you said your uncle was the producer of Young Frankenstein.
Yes.
Dude, I can recite the movie from start to finish. I've probably seen it 150 times. I own every version of it that's ever been put out on DVD. What a masterpiece of just genius comedy by genius comedians. Mel Brooks, genius. Marty Feldman, genius. Peter Boyle, genius. Cloris Leachman, genius. Terry Garr, what comedic timing. What knockers. Psycho. Would you like a roll in the hay? Oh, there's a roll in the hay. Just brilliant. You know, Gene, well, most people don't know this. Gene Wilder was not just genius. He wrote that movie.
Oh, amazing.
He wrote it. He wrote the story.
One of the greatest movies ever. You know, and when I was growing up as a kid, I don't know if this is true or not, but growing up as a kid, they told me, do you know why the horses would always go crazy? When they go Fabruca.
Fabruca.
You know what Fabruca is? Yeah. And I think I got to verify this, because this one told me maybe it was a joke, but it meant glue. And the horses would go crazy. Fabruca means glue in Germany. Oh. So the horses would go crazy. Don't turn me into glue.
Frau Blucher.
The horses would go nuts every time.
Well, my favorite part of so many favorite parts.
Yeah.
Well, my favorite part of the movie, and another comedic genius stolen from us too early, or taken from us too early. God rest his soul, Marty Feldman.
Right.
I sent you to get the brain of Hans Delbruck. Who did you? You won't be angry. I will not be angry. Abby, someone or other. Abby. Abby who? Abby Normal. Yes, I'm almost certain that's what it was. Abby Normal. Are you saying you gave me an abnormal brain? What a great film. What a great movie.
Thank you.
Okay, let's talk in the 3 minutes that we have left. Let's talk about the kids being bullied, which sounds to me what you're most passionate about.
It is.
Did you know a child that was bullied that inspired you to become an activist on their behalf?
I think we all grew up with a little bullying in our lives.
Sure.
You know? And I used to be a little midnight, and I fought my way out of a box. You know.
You're a big midnight now, dude.
I'm a big midnight now, but I saw a lot of friends get beat down and picked on, and 4 or 5 guys and jumped just because they didn't like the way they looked at their hair, or they didn't include them on the playground, they didn't catch a football, or whatever the reasons are. You know, and then when I started getting to the information of how many children are taking their lives every year, the numbers were astronomical, because all over the news is about this kid came in with a gun and took other kids' lives, and 7 children died, and that's a huge story. But nobody's talking about the 5,000 kids. Think about 7 kids lose their lives compared to 5,000 children every year. That's not being talked about, and it's a scary number. And these parents, you know, they've got to be made aware and have better communication with their children. What's happening at that school, you know, and that's what it is. And you know, and with the P. Diddy thing, I got to tell you, if you were down there when the verdict came in, they came in not guilty. On the side, they all ran to the side of the courthouse, took off their clothes. Baby oil was being poured all over their bodies. They were doing a freak-off party, celebrating the freedom and the not guilty verdict of Sean Diddy Combs. And I would tell you, to Sean Puffy Combs, you know, what I would wish for is maybe that, you know, I always say things always happen in mysterious ways, that maybe you would come out and be an advocate, seeing how bad and destructive this is, especially in the black community. Because that's who was celebrating there. There wasn't white men jumping out, and this was not racist. And as a Jewish man, 55 years old, had lost 13 family members to Hitler. That my grandmother was the only one that survived. This has nothing to do with racism, but to see black men with children dancing on the side of the streets, pouring baby oil all over them, celebrating women that were getting beat down. And you know, Michael Vick, he was the quarterback of the
I remember.
Remember
He
Michael
got
Vick?
accused of beating dogs. He did.
He was a
fighting dogs.
fighting dog, yes, and he came out and he became a better human being and became an advocate against people that are supporting dog fighting. And I would tell Sean Combs the same thing: come out, become a better human being, a better man, and say this was wrong. Denounce what I did and become an advocate for women that are in domestic violent relationships, and that would be the biggest win of the day.
And you know what? That is a really, really passionate, wonderful point, especially about and poignant about Michael Vick, because I remember that, and he did the right thing. He called a press conference, and it destroyed him. He was never the same.
Never the same.
And he said, "I did it. I abused the dogs. I fought the dogs. I'm sorry. I promise I won't ever do it again. Don't ever do this to dogs. It's terrible what I did." You know, he owned it. There's a certain humility in a man and a human being to own a mistake like that. And Michael Vick owned that mistake. He didn't just take it; he owned it.
Right, 100. He ran with it. He took the ball just like a quarterback. Took the ball and he ran with it. Took responsibility and accountability for his stuff. And that's what I would hope that Sean Puffy Combs can do. I don't know if he can. We all know he's an egotistical maniac. He's a narcissist and he's a control freak. But with all that said, maybe with the proper help, you know, he can make a difference too.
Well, you would hope that he would. Okay, so if people are looking for you and they're on TikTok, they just look for Midnight 123?
The Midnight.
The Midnight.
It used to be Midnight 123 until that was my original platform when I had 1.4 million followers when they blocked me, took me down, so I changed it now to The Midnight 123.
And if you're watching at home or you're catching this on videotape, I'm going to give him the tape. You can do what you wish.
Thank
you
you,
want to
sir.
make shorts out of it or whatever. Happy to have you, brother.
Oh, pleasure.
Follow
Pleasure.
this guy, the Midnight 123. All right, we're going to send you back to the studio for a couple of minutes here, live from the TPUSA Student Action Summit. Mike Church here with the Midnight, and we'll see you on the other side of this quick timeout.
Oh, yeah, we're out.
Woo!
The mist across the window hides the light, but nothing hides the color of the lights that shine. Electricity so fine, look and dry your eyes. So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the light. Stepping out into the light, into the light. We are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You
And we are back live here at Turning Point USA at Student Action Summit here in Tampa, Florida at the Tampa Bay Convention Center. Mike Church here with you on a Saturday. And if you're looking for us here, we are directly across Caddy Corner, as they call it, from the Turning Point USA or from Real America's Voice. Their booth is right there, right across from us. And if you're looking for us, you can also come by and sign up. Give me your email address, and I will give you a blue ticket and a chance to win a silver coin, a 1 troy ounce of silver. That's $40 American dollars. And in Florida, you can actually spend it and pay a debt with it, so they have to take it. They can't tell you that we don't take silver here. You do now. So come on by and register for that. Get a free goodie bag with a pocket constitution and some candy and all that stuff in it. So I'm here now with William Allen, but your badge says William Mathis. Okay, William Allen. Okay, well, William Allen. William, welcome. William is a very unique story here because William is a detransitioner.
That's right.
Okay, so tell me the story of how first you transitioned. Why? What triggered you?
I don't know why, but as far back as I can remember, age 4 or 5, I always wished I'd been born a girl. Can't explain it, but it was something that I knew was a part of me. I knew I had to keep it secret too. This was in the 1960s growing up. Nobody knew about this kind of stuff, but I kept it a secret. Grew up in teenage years, and it only grew stronger. I was always straight. It was never gay. I couldn't explain it. I was attracted to girls.
But you wanted to be a girl.
But I wanted to be a girl. I had a steady girlfriend in high school for 2 years. I got to college. I was studying engineering, and I started taking some psychology classes to try to figure out why I was the way I was. And then in the early 80s, there just wasn't anything about it. And I got out of school, went to what?
No, talking to her.
Oh. I got out of school and went off to work in the Pacific Northwest, and met a girl and fell in love. We thought we were going to get married, and all of a sudden this whole thing went away. I mean, this thing had been dogging me all my life. I referred to it in my book as a turd I couldn't shake off my shoe. It was horrible. And I never asked for it, but it was just this compulsion, But finally it went away. I met this girl. We're going to have a great life together. And we did. We got married. And 2 years into it, it all came back. Came back with a vengeance. I had prayed to God before that He would just take it away, and I thought He did it. And man, it came back, and it ruined our marriage. It ruined me. It drove me to the edge of suicide. And I got through that. In 1993, I couldn't take it anymore. And I knew that I was either going to be dead or I was going to transition. So I transitioned. And it was only just becoming a thing that people knew about. And so I had a lot of explaining to do. And of course it ruined a lot of relationships, certainly with my family. I was estranged from my father the next 23 years. And once I transitioned, I was happy. At least I thought I was happy.
So did you mentally or you physically? I mean, you had surgeries. Okay, you did the surgeries. Okay.
I did the hormones, and they had a crazy effect. I mean, just hair texture, skin texture. I grew breasts. A lot of things changed. Fat redistributed, and yep, I had the surgery, and I settled into a comfortable life. And I was one of the ones that passed. And the only people that knew were people who knew me before and people that knew me during my transition.
Okay.
But after that, when I got into other careers and other jobs, people didn't know. In fact, my neighbor and best friend of 5 years, she didn't know. She thought of us as sisters. We used to joke about growing old as spinsters, wearing our muumuus, hanging out at the casino together, dragging our oxygen tanks behind us. But yeah, she didn't know. So when it came time to tell her, I had to tell her about my past, and she was floored. And just as she's getting her head wrapped around that, then I had to tell her about my future.
Okay, so when you decided then you did, okay, so you're, well, first of all, can I ask, what was your transition name?
Maggie.
You are Maggie.
Margaret.
Margaret.
Was the legal
Okay.
name, yeah.
All right. So you're Margaret, and now you said 23 years later you decide that now I want to undo what I did.
Well, it was a little bit more than that. I was estranged from my father for 23 years.
Oh, for your father for 23 years.
We had a literal deathbed reconciliation, and that's a heartbreaking story that's in the book. It's crazy. It was. I came back to Clearwater, Florida, and I started going to a new church with some family. And for the first time in my life, I heard the true biblical gospel.
Okay.
All my life going to church. Can you imagine that? No pastor had ever talked about sin and hell and repentance and things like that. And that launched me on years of study. I studied apologetics. I started reading the Bible. It started making sense all of a sudden. And finally, it came down to I really hated the lifestyle. And I cried out to God and asked for forgiveness. And I repented and put my trust in Jesus, and everything changed. After that, the Holy Spirit just totally transformed me. And I mean, I couldn't get detransitioned fast enough. But it took 3 years because it took longer to detransition than it did to transition. Because nobody wants to help you detransition.
How do you you said this to me earlier, that anyone will help you. You get literally tens of thousands of people line up and draw straws or numbers to try and help you transition. But if you try to undo it, you try to go Chloe Cole and you, then there doesn't seem to be anyone that wants to assist with that. So how do you do it then?
It goes against their numbers, you know. I started calling, I had to get a mastectomy. And I started calling surgeons in the local area. And the moment I mentioned detransition, they didn't want anything more to do with me. I started looking throughout the whole state of Florida, and the same thing happened. A lot of them hung up on me as soon as I mentioned the word detransition. So I thought I was going to have to go to this gender clinic in Tennessee and tell them that, yeah, I'm a woman and I'm going to transition to being a man. And I didn't want to give them any business, but they would have paid for it. They would have said yes in a heartbeat and would have paid for it. But then at the last moment, a surgeon in Miami Beach, Florida, called me and said he'd work with me, and he did. And so I got that done. And I didn't even think detransition was possible, practical, really. I was way more entrenched as Maggie than I ever was as William, and certain surgeries can't be undone. And
I can imagine the one that can't be undone.
Yeah. So, but after I was saved, oh my, it was just, I found a way, and it took a while, but as of October 2023, I'm now William again, living as God intended. And now I'm speaking out against the trans movement, their lies and secret agendas, and especially how they're coming after kids. That's my life now.
Even though, if I'm playing Mike Wallace here as an interviewer, even though, William, you said that you had relatively almost 3 decades of a relatively peaceful life, and now you're trying to tell children out there that, and their parents, that they should not pursue this. I'm hearing a little bit of a disconnect here, William. Mike Wallace would say to you.
And that's the message that the left and the trans medical community wants to send. The trans medical community, it's a $2.1 billion industry in 2023.
Oh, yeah.
And that's expected to double by 2030. And that's what they want to tell you. What I'm asking or saying is, doesn't it make sense to change the mind to match the body rather than the body to match the mind?
That's a really good, that's a great slogan.
Yeah. The American College of Pediatricians released a report just a few years ago. It stated that 80 to 95% of children with gender dysphoria, if left unmedically treated and unsocially transitioned, will resolve their issues by late adolescence. They grow out of it. Right. Why don't we let them do that?
Well, just like I grew out, I wanted to be an astronaut. Maybe not quite so drastic. Your sexuality is a little different than your vocation. Mm-hmm. But I did grow out of wanting to be an astronaut at some point in time. And I was a child, and you know, this is the role that parents are supposed to play. A parent is
parents
actually
are supposed to be the adult,
are actually supposed to say no from time to time. Yeah. Maybe more often than not, no. How about no? No, you're not going to do that, right?
Right.
And I think that it's almost like it's the adults that are now being told and taught to act like children, and that you're powerless, and
they're giving all the power to the kids.
Yes, and giving the
Look
power
at somebody
to the
like
children.
Megan Fox. She has 3 boys. All 3 are transgender, right? Whose fault is that?
Hers.
Well, what are the odds of that happening?
Hers.
Look, if I had wanted to be a fire truck when I was a child, and my parents and my doctor said they could make that happen, I would have jumped at it. If I had wanted to be a girl, and I did, and if they said they could make that happen, I would have jumped at it. And by now, I would have been in a bigger world of hurt than I'm in now, or I just would have been dead. I mean, I've wrecked my body, and I mean, everything hurts. I told you earlier,
So every day for you is a mortification. Just
Oh,
waking
yeah,
up is,
yeah,
is a
yeah,
mortification.
Yeah,
Right.
And you know, I brought it on myself. I know that, and that's results of that's consequences of my actions. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of young adult detransitioners who were transitioned as children. I told you this earlier, and they have heart problems, osteoporosis. They're impotent. They're sterile. The women, even if they could have children, they wouldn't be able to nurse them because they had their breast cut off.
That's right.
And they're mad, rightfully so. And we need to be ready. Churches especially need to be ready to welcome them with the gospel. A lot of them have never heard the gospel, but yeah.
I have a saying on the Mike Church show. It's the demons are ascendant. They've come for the children. They won't take no for an answer. But in God's providence today, I mean, fortunately, there are many people like yourself that are coming like, don't do it. It's an abomination. Or first of all, you're tampering with
Creation.
In God's eyes, you're
Yeah.
perfect. He
Yeah.
made you perfect. He doesn't make mistakes. So you're created exactly as He wanted you to be created. Now, so you're against hair dyes? Well, I mean, not really. You're talking about grooming now. We're not talking about mutilation. And at the end of the day, it comes down to mutilation, and that's what it is. It's a mutilation. And because you're mutilating parts of a body that cannot be, as you said, you can't surgically repair it. I did a show, William, and I received a lot of grief for this. I've put the pictures up there. I got them from Rod Dreher, the blogger, and Dreher was like, I don't want to publish this, but this stuff is getting out of hand. And parents out there, you need to see the photograph. You need to see what that doctor, that butcher, is going to do to your child. You need to see it. And so it was like a 30 photograph slideshow. I took it and I put it together and I put it on my site. We did a show on it, and I said, watch it if you want to, but understand that what you're about to see, you can't unsee. But here's the worst part. You can't unsee it, and that's fine because you're only taking it in as through your senses, right? The child that this was done to can't undo it. It can't be undone. And I think that's the crime. I think these people are criminals. I think that this is a lot of these parents. You mentioned Megan Fox. To me, and I'm not a psychologist, I only play one on radio and TV. This is Munchausen by proxy syndrome, by another name. And I think these people are guilty of child abuse.
Yeah, absolutely. Wholeheartedly.
She's playing Jack, a Jane of all trades.
Yes, I'm sorry. Many hats.
So,
Yeah, you know, it is. It's criminal. These people are committing child abuse. Children cannot consent to the types of things that are going to happen to them. Doctors say puberty blockers are safe and reversible. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
They're lying. These are the same drugs that are given to prison inmates who have committed sexual crimes against women and children to chemically castrate them. That cannot be safe. And then they're you know, you mentioned Chloe Cole earlier. She was given puberty blockers at age 12, testosterone at age 13, and her breasts were cut off at age 15. By age 18, she's detransitioning on her own because she never asked for that. That wasn't what she wanted. And by 19, she was testifying in front of Congress against about these horrors that are being inflicted upon children. Children cannot consent. We don't let children get tattoos, go to war, play with guns, vote. We don't let children do a lot of things, but we're going to let children make these kind of decisions? That's insane.
well, I think it's evil people that are working to do evil things. But the sickest part to me, there were hospitals that are like the Memphis Children's Hospital did you know the story, did a clinic on this. Oh, this is a great revenue generator. Sir, ma'am, man, whoever you are, we could do an entire another hour. We could talk about the medical services industry, which it shouldn't be an industry. Doctoring used to fall under charity, and most hospitals were run by the churches. I'm a Catholic. The Catholic Church ran hospitals in New Orleans. We have Methodist, we have Baptist. I think the Christian denomination has done a pretty good job of caring for the poor and running the hospitals. I have my sisters, my nun sisters will be here later today. Their charism isn't caring for the poor, but there are nuns that their charism is caring for the poor. That's where medicine, or if you will, should be. It should reside as an act of charity here, but it's a business. It's an industry, and this is a perversion. This is an abominable part of an industry.
Where's their oath? First, do no harm. And all these doctors, they're violating all of it, violating their own oaths. And when I transitioned, there were only 3 doctors in the world that were doing this surgery that I knew of. One in Trinidad, Colorado, one in Montreal, one in, Singapore, I think. And now there are thousands of doctors. So which came first, the demand or the supply?
Supply.
Which drove the demand, right? And that's why so many more doctors are in this business, and most of them, they foul it up. They're not trained properly, and I keep hearing horror stories from people that have transitioned, kids and adults alike, that are suffering because it was botched. And now they have lifelong issues they got to deal with.
And William's book is called "Not Man Enough to Be a Woman." It's a little card, but yeah, you can see it. "Not Man Enough to Be a Woman," and available at Amazon, Barnes and Noble, and
several other platforms.
And all the books. I'm surprised you don't have a couple of copies with you.
I had them yesterday, but they're gone now.
Well, that's good.
I'll go get one for you. I have some in the car. I'll drop one off for you.
I only want to sign one.
Okay, you got it.
And people want to learn more, because there are people out there that are listening to the show. You're going to watch this right now. You're going to, how do I get in touch with this guy?
Right.
Is the contact info in the book?
On the book. I'm on Twitter. It's at WMAllyn, ALLEN, 2024, at WMAllyn 2024. I'm on Facebook, WMAllyn 2024. Email is WMAllyn2024@gmail.com. There's a much longer address in the book. It's like info@notmanenoughtobeawoman.com, which is very long. There's a lot of ways to contact me, but follow me on there and ask questions, invite me to speak, whatever.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for stopping. Well, I'm glad you stopped at the table earlier today,
yeah.
And we got a chance to talk and to have a little conversation about this. I think it's one of the great tragedies of this era.
Oh, it is.
This
so sad.
It's happening. It's permissible, and there are people like you mentioned the famous Megan Fox. She's not the only one. The woman that calls herself Pink has a pair of them too.
Mm-hmm. It's fashionable.
Charlize Theron has what, 3?
Yeah, it's just nuts.
Oh, 2. And as you said, this is not accidental.
It's fashionable. It's a fashion statement for them. It gives them status.
It's
keeps them relevant.
It's a change of clothes.
And they're abusing their own children.
And what a sad story that is.
Yeah.
All right, folks, I want to thank William for stopping by. Come on by and register to win an ounce of silver, and meet us. And we got plenty more interviews coming to you live here from Turning Point USA and the Student Action Summit here. I'm Mike Church. I'm going to send you back to the studio for just a moment here, and then we'll continue here live at Student Action Summit 2025 here on the Crusade Radio Network. And we are back live here at Turning Point USA Summit, Student Action Summit. We are on the world famous Media Row here, and right across from Real America's Voice. You can find us at the Crusade Radio Network Mike Church Show booth. And we're having a great time here today. It is a very hot day here in Tampa, Florida, I will tell you. So if you're outside and you're coming into the convention, be prepared to like demolten. You'll come in hot, and then the AC will hit you, and you might get pneumonia later on today. Or you might get a cold, which the doctor sitting next to me is going to be shaking his head. That's not how you get pneumonia. But just wanted to welcome everyone. You can sign up over at our booth over here to win a troy ounce of silver, which we're going to give away today to someone who puts their email address and their name into the MacBook over there. And I hope it's you. And of course, you can find us at crusadechannel.com. And the Mike Church Show on all of your favorite social medias. We're broadcasting live today for the first time here at a TPUSA event on our new friends Rumble. So we're studio audience approves. Dr. Joel Warsh has a book out called Between a Shot and a Hard Place, and is a Maha guy or a Maha doctor who wants to care. Your passion in life now, or your vocation, is children's health, which is, I've been following Bobby Kennedy for 15 years. Probably longer than that, actually. But since you started the Children's Defense Network for a long time, he's been writing about this. He's had great doctors on there and great contributors that have been contributing things. But I got to tell you, I really didn't get into and didn't really understand one of the things about the Maha agenda is just the lack of quality and the nutritional value that's in the food. Because there are certain things that we call food, they have no nutritional value to them whatsoever. And I started learning about this about 5 years ago, a show that we stumbled into doing called Free Farm Friday. And I started learning about why all these people all of a sudden have these gluten intolerances. Why this is celiac, and why can't people eat wheat? Why? How come the people in Europe? Why don't they have similar problems, right? And it's because a lot of what's in our food. So you wrote the book about the vaccine, I assume, Between a Shot and a Hard Place, but you do cover the food part of it as well, correct?
Definitely. I mean, that's what I've been talking about forever. My first book was more about parenting and wellness and health, but generally I've been speaking about chronic disease for about a decade now, and it's really nice to see that we're talking about this. It's a big problem. It's getting worse. We have about a 50% chronic disease rate in kids, which is insane, 1 out of 2 kids, and we're seeing increases in autism, ADHD, autoimmune conditions, celiacs, allergies, everything. And nobody was talking about it, and nobody was asking why. And that's absurd. We have to be doing something about it, and I'm very excited to see that this has happened over the last year, where it's become a part of politics. It shouldn't really be, but it's good that it has, and now we're talking about it, and now we're starting to see change. And some people love Secretary Kennedy, some people don't like him. It doesn't really matter what your opinion is. I think it's a good thing that we're shaking things up and that we are talking about it, and we are seeing change, and that's what we need, and we need to move forward for our kids, or else everyone's going to have an illness, and everyone's going to be on medication pretty soon.
On the way down here, she and I stopped at a McDonald's because we were in a hurry. So I undid like a year of really good diet work, right? Working on my food supply and what I would eat and wouldn't eat.
Every once in a while, it's not the issue. You didn't undo anything. It's just, I think that we eat crap all of the time, and it's not just McDonald's, but it's just like you were mentioning, the ingredients in our food. It's such crap, and it's not nutritious, and so we need to make sure that for the most part we're eating real food. We're getting food from fresh local farms, we're reading ingredients, and we're caring about it. If you have a piece of cake every now and again, that's not the end of the world, but that's not what's happening.
Okay, so we could talk nuts and bolts then. So I did a show about 3 months ago about the MAP, the Mexican Agriculture Project. They came in and they were trying, it was a noble cause. They were trying to figure out how to grow more wheat, American wheat. What they wound up doing was turning the sugar index of wheat, and now wheat is has more sugar in it, basically fructoses, than sugar cane itself, right? So you have this, and this is what you're making your bread with. So you're eating, you're looking at a piece of bunny white bread. That is a slice of sugar cane, basically. And in addition to that, they've removed all the good fiber stuff out of it. So in my journey, I went in search of someone in the United States that was growing heirloom wheat. And I found several companies. We buy 5-10 pound bags now from the Hayden Mills people in Arizona, and they grow their own Sonora. They grow 3 varieties of wheat right there in Arizona, and I know who grows it. I know what they do with it, and I get it, and it's delicious, and I feel like, okay, I'm carb conscious, but I'm not afraid to eat that kind of wheat. And that's just a change that we made in our lives. And when we encourage people, like, find your own supplier. If you can find someone that can supply you, because wheat is such a huge part of a diet. Right?
Yeah, and that is the way that I think that we have to move going forward. We've spent so much time being marketed to faster, cheaper, easier, and we're losing health. We have to go back to how do we promote and support small local farms? How do we go back to basics, find heirloom products? Even if you go into the grocery store and trying to do the best, a lot of the produce has been sprayed in all sorts of crap. Like, you need to get to know your farmer, you need to get to know what are they spraying on their food, how are they growing it, and the more of that you can do, the better. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but if we're doing that most of the time, then I think that's going to get us a long way with our health. But we're going in the wrong direction right now, and we need somebody to change that. And I hope the policy that we're going to see out of the government, out of Secretary Kennedy, is going to keep pushing that forward, because it's great that we get the artificial dyes out. You know, I was involved in that, and I was involved in the Kellogg's rally and spoke there, and that's great. I mean, there's no nutritional value in those things, but at the end of the day, most of that food is still crap. And the long-term goal has to be, how do we make our food system better? How do we make and get access to everyone to have nutritious food? How do we get rid of those food deserts? How do we incentivize and encourage small farms to be able to produce and make enough money to survive, so that way we can get food from them?
What's a food desert?
A food desert, so a location where you don't have access to a lot of nutritious produce. So some places like in inner cities don't always have a farmer's market or something like that.
Okay, so to your point about the farmers, okay, Free Farm Friday, Doc, a show you would love. That's all we talk about, is getting to know who grew the food. The guy down the street that has a farm. I live in a city called Madisonville, Louisiana. 20 miles away is Ponchatoula. It's the strawberry capital of the world. The farmers bring their strawberries to the side of the road in pickup trucks, and we go and buy them from them. I'm pretty confident that I know where my strawberries came from. Something else that the state of Louisiana passed a law last year, and the law that Louisiana passed is that you can sell now unpasteurized raw milk. You have to say not for human consumption on it, but you can say you can sell unpasteurized raw milk. She and I started drinking this raw milk 3 months ago. Gut health has improved so dramatically. I couldn't even tell you how good it feels. The difference between waking up with a bad gut and waking up with a good gut, and knowing that. And I know the Sinagra family. They graze the cows, they milk them, and they bottle the milk. So I can tell you personally, where I live, that is actually already happening.
Yeah, which is fantastic. I think we're starting to see that movement. People are starting to wake up to it, especially now that we're talking about it more. But we have to make sure that is the momentum, and that's what we're seeing for everybody. Everyone needs to have access to that. Everyone needs to be aware of it. But at the end of the day, it comes down to cost a lot of times, and so we need to see the incentives change to make that more available, make it easier. We got to see farms going back to regenerative, not having to produce one large monocrop. I mean, that's just where things have gone over the years. And so we're changing the crops, modifying them to get better yields, destroying the soil, and that is a recipe for disaster in the next 10, 20 years. Like, that's what we're seeing. We have to go back the other way.
You don't sound like a doctor. You sound like one of my farmer guys. You're talking about regenerative. I'm not in my head. You're talking about a monocrop. She's not in her head. This is the things that we talk about. Okay, so how do you restore your soil health? Animals. Introduce the animals back to the land.
But can I just say, and
Sure.
that's the problem with medicine, right? We're not talking about this. Like, I had to get outside of the system, learn about these things, and we can do all the pills that we want. I'm not against medication. Sometimes it can save your life, but that's not what's going to get you healthy. This conversation is going to get you healthy. That's what doctors have to be fighting for. Like, real health starts before you get sick, and it starts with the food that we eat and the toxins that we're exposed to. And we need to band together, and we need to support Secretary Kennedy in that movement, because even if you don't love everything that he says, even if you don't love all of his opinions on vaccines or whatever, it doesn't mean we can't all agree that we deserve healthy food, and we can support getting that healthy food to our kids, getting healthier food in schools. The food that our kids get in schools in some locations is terrible. You look at the pictures, you're like, how could you be serving that to our kids? How do you expect them to focus when they're eating a box of cereal and a bunch of sugary treats? And then you look at other countries and the kids are all in the kitchen, they're cooking it together, they have a farm or a garden, they're picking that, they're cooking the food together, it's all natural produce, and they're actually making food. Like, why can't we do that too? We can do it if it's a priority.
And that's the word, and that's what we talk about on Free Farm Friday all the time. It has to be a priority, and people have to commit to it. Now, you don't just have to commit to the educational part of it, you have to commit to the actual action part of it, the practical part of it. I don't know if you know, I've interviewed him once, and he's out there, he's a doctor, he's not in your field, he's a pathologist, but Dr. Ryan Cole.
Sounds familiar.
He was a big anti-COVID forced vaccination advocate. He lost everything, pretty much. He was the state pathologist for the state of Wyoming, and they basically defrocked him because he was like, we don't know enough about this compound here. Simply is not enough known about M-RNA and the Pfizer version of it to unleash this en masse, especially to mandate it, and Dr. Cole came out about it. So I'm kind of switching gears on you here. Tell me about what is your book. What did you deal with this issue?
Yeah, I deal with all issues. Okay. But yeah, Between a Shot and a Hard Place, it's really taking you through my evolution with vaccines and going through what we know about them and what we don't know about them. To me, the most frustrating part is we're forced to do something, and that's insane. Like, we shouldn't be forced to do anything. It seems like we're moving in that direction more and more in medicine, people getting kicked out of offices, not being willing to have a discussion. And in my practice, I notice more and more people over the years coming to my practice just to talk about vaccines, because I don't force people to do anything. We have discussions, some people do them, some people don't. And I believe that's the way medicine should be, and we should be informing people. You can believe in vaccines or not, but you don't need to force people to do it, just like anything else in medicine. You just give them the pros and the cons, but we're just not taught any of this stuff in medicine. When you go through school, you're taught, here are the diseases, here's what they used to be, here are the vaccines, here's what was going on. Now, we don't have these things anymore, so vaccines are the best thing ever. Here's your schedule, go do it. And nobody talks about safety, nobody talks about the research. And we need to know what's actually there, because nowadays we have all of these chronic conditions, and we need to see how vaccines might be related, if they're related, and we shouldn't be so definitive on so many things that we actually don't know. And we need to get more research, and that's what Secretary Kennedy is talking about. He's saying we need more research and data. Some of this wasn't done in the best way possible, which it wasn't. And on things like vaccines and autism or long-term research, we don't have all the data, even though we say so definitively that we do, and we need to be able to get it.
No, when they say they have the data, they're not. The long-term studies have not been done. Like I said, I've been following Bobby Kennedy for a long time. I've seen the Vax movie, I've seen Vax 2, and I do my own due diligence on these things, and I look into it. And I don't think that there's no doubt in my logical, practical brain that the largest advertising slogan or the big giant flashing neon sign that there's something wrong and it's environmental, as Secretary Kennedy correctly says, is the autism, especially in the males. You're destroying an entire generation now. On the third generation now, destroying the possible productivity of an entire generation of males. And for black males, the percentage is even higher. It's more shocking here. And as Secretary Kennedy said, you let this keep going on, you're at one. It's okay. So the whole population is at 1 in 30 now, right?
Yeah,
or 1 in 26.
Yeah, it keeps changing, but 1 in 31 I think was the last. But in California, where I am, it's 1 in 12.5 boys, which is insane.
That's nuts.
And then people say, oh, we're just better at diagnosing it. Sure, we're better at diagnosing it. That's a very small part of it. But you don't look around in California and see 1 in 12 adult males with autism. That's insane. It's not true. It's happening more. Both things can be true. We are diagnosing it more. We are more aware of it. There's no question about that. But that's a small part of it. It's happening a lot more. And the question is why? Why are we not studying this? Why are we not figuring it out? Why are we letting it continue to go up every single year? We're 1 in 10,000, 1 in 250, 1 in 150, 1 in 36, now 1 in 31 nationwide. Again, 1 in 12.5 boys. That's a crisis.
That's an abomination. That's a crime. There's a crime that is happening somewhere. So, and staying on this subject, okay. So the most people's relation today, when you say vaccine, they think COVID. They may secondarily question the other vaccine, the schedule, if you will, especially if they're parents of young children, but they're thinking COVID. My daughters both wanted to travel abroad during 2021, and I pleaded with both of them, don't do it. Just don't travel. Just wait a year. You don't have to. Spain isn't going anywhere. All right, it's not going to sink into the ocean. You don't need to travel. Honduras isn't going anywhere. You don't need to do it. They both did it. To my knowledge, thus far, no ill effects that they have reported. However, I have a niece who is 3 years younger than them. She did the same thing. She now has autoimmune disorder, and the doctors can't figure out what it is. This is a 25-year-old child, my niece. So there's obviously something that is happening, and she's not alone for these young people to be having these kinds of autoimmune deficiency. I mean, you talk about the kids that come up with on the autism spectrum or on the schedule or spectrum, right? On the spectrum. What about all the young people that did the vaccine and are now showing up with autoimmune disorders? Is that in the book? You talk about that?
I mean, yeah, we talk about it, but the problem is, and what I try to go through is what we don't know. And that's the issue. We just don't know. There haven't been studies on long-term safety, so we really don't have a good sense of how vaccines are related to chronic illness. And we need to. It's literally something you're injecting to affect your immune system. You're hopefully doing it for some sort of positive, but the question is at what cost? And we've never asked that question before. We've never been able to ask that question. It's just, well, you don't want to get measles, you don't want to die, so get the measles shot. But the question isn't, does it help you with measles? The question is, at what cost? And we need to know that so we can weigh the pros and the cons and make informed decisions moving forward. Maybe for some people it makes sense to do certain vaccines. Maybe for other vaccines it doesn't make sense. But if you can't even ask the question, then we're just going to have more and more vaccines. And that's why there's such a hesitancy. Kids get 20 vaccines in the first couple of years. They get 50 plus, 70 plus now vaccines. Nuts. And parents are starting to be concerned. Even very pro-vaccine parents, like, 6 vaccines in one day, is that too many? And medicine says, no, it's fine. But we don't know that. We don't know that they're not causing or contributing to some sort of chronic disease epidemic that we're seeing. Maybe it's one factor, maybe certain genetics. I don't know. I would love to get that research to be able to say, no, it's not. And then people can be more confident. But we don't know unless we do the actual research to decide. And why don't we want to know? This is what I'm so frustrated with the modern medical paradigm is, let's just say that a vaccine increases your risk of asthma by 10 times. Wouldn't you want to know that? Don't you want to know that? Because then the question is why? Why? Okay, is there an ingredient in there? Is there something with the schedule? It doesn't mean you never do a vaccine again. Let's figure that out. Let's change it. Maybe you take that ingredient out. Maybe you do something differently. But you don't want to get sick from infections, but you also don't want chronic disease. We need to balance those two. That's not anti-science or anti-vaccine for a parent to say that. We just need to have discussions so we can do it in the best possible way. We don't have the best vaccines that humanity is ever going to have in the best schedule. We can always make it better.
So can I tell you that I am a measles survivor? I survived measles. My mother chose not to vaccinate me. I'm 63 years old, so this would have been back in the 1960s. Chose, or maybe it wasn't available. I did get the rubella. I remember getting the rubella because it hurt like hell.
It came out in the 60s, so it would be right around then.
Okay, so I didn't get, but I had the chicken pox, survived. I had measles when I was 16, I survived. You can survive it.
Most people do.
But they basically accused Secretary Kennedy of killing these kids in Texas because he went down there. You wrote in your book and you encouraged them that these people are not, or in Mexico rather, these kids aren't vaccinated. This is all your fault. And I'm screaming at the TV going like, you can survive the measles. Now maybe you have a comorbidity and something to contribute to it, and maybe that has something to do with it. But we used to be able to survive, and I'm not saying don't get a measles vaccine or get it. I think what you're saying and what Bobby is saying, what Secretary Kennedy is saying, make an informed decision as best you can.
Correct. Something like the measles is actually not very deadly. Before we had a vaccine, you had only a few hundred deaths in America with millions of cases. It's extremely contagious. You can certainly get pneumonia. You can certainly get very sick. People can die. We've seen that. So that is possible. But you have to understand and not go based on fear, and there's so much fear around measles. And the reality is, if you get measles, you probably won't even know. You probably won't even be sick, or you probably will have very mild symptoms. It's usually just a cold. But you could get very sick. And I think that we haven't had that messaging because there's been this push to vaccinate, to make sure everybody gets vaccines. And instead of just pushing vaccines, especially like during COVID, something that I've been really pushing for lately is we need to have discussions about that, but also lifestyle. How are you going to decrease your risk from measles or any other disease? How could we decrease our risk from coronavirus or anything else? It's to be healthier, to have good vitamin D levels, sunlight, eat healthy. That's also going to decrease your risk to have a reaction from a vaccine, but it's certainly going to decrease your risk if you do get sick. So that's also important, and we didn't hear that at all. And it was just vaccinate, 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 and that is not the only message we need to hear. We're not just dealing with infectious disease, we're dealing with chronic disease too.
And Dr. Ryan Cole was instrumental in, they made an app called the Vitamin D app. And you can actually, you put in where you live, your zip code, and it'll give you, it figures out what your latitude is. So then it can tell you, okay, you need to go outside in the sun for 12 minutes a day to get your steroid or vitamin D, which is very important, right?
Very important. It's one of the most important. If you're going to do one thing, it should be vitamin D. I mean, it's related to your immune health, and almost everybody is deficient because we don't get outside enough.
And he says that, and he says, I don't call it flu season, I call it vitamin D deficiency season.
Right. I think that's a big part of it. We're not outside, we're inside around more people, but we're just not as healthy. And we evolved with the sun, and then now we have sun phobia and lots of skin protection, sunscreens, don't go outside. We're on our phones and computers, and we're inside and we're in cars all day. We evolved not that long ago. Farming, being outside, like that's what you used to do. You weren't inside on your computer, and that was just a couple hundred years ago. So we haven't changed our genetics that much.
I'm old enough to remember that when I was a younger man, I'm a little older than you, Doc, but when I was a younger man, television advertising told me that I wanted a copper tone tan. Television advertising told me that I should use this for Bando Soleil for the Saint-Tropez tan. They were tanning products that were advertised to get people to go out into the sun, and they're gone. The little copper tone girl with the dog pulling her little suit down, that was a famous little piece of artwork, right?
Yeah. That's probably the extreme the other way. I'm not sure if you want to use tanning and you want to burn, but I think there's a happy medium there.
Sure.
We don't want zero sun, we don't want too much sun, but we want enough sun, and nobody gets enough sun, I think.
This is great. Okay, so your book is Between a Shot and a Hard Place. I assume available Amazon, all the usual suspects.
All the usual suspects.
Can we get it in hardback still? Or?
Yeah, you can still get it, yep. So it's available now.
Do you have any copies here?
I have them in my hotel room. I can bring one tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's great to meet you.
Thank you.
And the fact that, folks, ladies and gentlemen, he's a pediatrician in Los Angeles. And are you a solo practitioner?
I have two other doctors in my practice.
Okay. So, and are they working MAHA as well?
Not as. I mean, we all in integrated medicine. So yeah.
Okay. And how long how long are you out of med school? I'm just curious now.
10 years maybe.
10 years. You sound like you have a very a very easy manner about you. You're probably pretty good with kids.
I hope so.
Well, one of my daughter's pediatrician was not. He was very gruff, and he was like doing the vaccinations. And can you make her shut up? Like, you're sticking her. You're hurting her. So in any event, good luck with the practice in the book, and keep preaching the message. I'd love to have you come on a Free Farm Friday segment.
I would love that.
Can we exchange contact? Let's do
Definitely.
that. Folks, I'm going to send you back to the studio for just a minute. I want to thank Dr. Joel Warsh for stopping by. Get the book. There's probably a great combo would be Casey Means' book with Between a Shot and a Hard Place. So you get your health in one place and you get your knowledge about vaccines in the other. How about that?
Yeah, funny. That's it. 5 seconds. Funny story.
Yeah.
So Casey Means was actually at my first book launch before she got famous. So it was right before. I knew her, and then her book came out and she exploded. It was like a couple weeks later.
So 2 great books written by 2 people that you trust. Find them at great booksellers. I'm going to send you back to the studio. It's Mike Church live here at Crusade Radio Network. We are live at the TPUSA Student Action Summit.
electricity so fine. Look and dry your eyes. So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the light. Stepping out into the night, into the light. We are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You can dress in pink and blue just like a child, and in a yellow taxi turn to me and smile. We'll be there in just a while if you follow me. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You may stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out into Moving forwards, using all my breath. Making love to you was never second best. I saw the world crashing all around your face, never really knowing it was always mesh and lace. I'll stop the world and melt with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. I'll stop the world and melt with you. Dream of better lives, the kind which never hates. Trapped in a state of imaginary grace. I made a pilgrimage to save this human's race, never comprehending the race had long gone by. I'll stop the world and melt with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting I'll always be there. And when you're in doubt, and when you're in danger, take a look all around, and I'll be there. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I promise. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. Promise. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. Promise. I promise you I will. When your day is through, and so is your temper, you know what to do. I'm gonna always be there. Sometimes if I shout, it's not what's intended. These words just come out with no cross to bear. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. Promise. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. Promise. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. Promise. I promise you. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. Promise. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. Promise. And if I had to walk the world, I'd make you fall for me. I promise you. I promise you I will. I'll always be there. And when you're in doubt, and when you're in danger, take a look all around, and I'll be there. You know what to do. I'm gonna always be there. Sometimes if I shout, it's not what's intended. These words just come out with no cross to bear. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. Promise. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. Promise. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. Promise. I promise you. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. Promise. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. And if I had to walk the world, that'd make you fall for me. I promise you. I promise you.
okay. Bring me southern kisses from your room. Meet me in the middle of the night, let me hear you say everything's alright. Let me smell the moon in your perfume. Oh, gods and years will rise and fall, and there's always something more. Lost in talk, I waste my time, and it's all been said before. While further down behind the masquerade, the tears are there. I don't ask for all that much, I just want someone to care. That's right now. Meet me in the middle of the day, let me hear you say everything's okay. Come on out beneath the shining sun. Meet me in the middle of the night, let me hear you say everything's alright. Sneak on out beneath the stars and run. My mind and you won't have to hear shreds of news and afterthoughts and complicated scenes will weather down behind the light and fade like magazines. Meet me in the middle of the day, let me hear you say everything's okay. Bring me southern kisses from your room. Hey, hey, meet me in the middle of the night, let me hear you say everything's alright. Let me smell the moon in your perfume. Oh, now meet me in the middle of the day, let me hear you say everything's okay. Let me see you smiling back at me. Hey, meet me in the middle of the night, let me hear you say everything's alright. Hold me tight and love is free.
better lives, the kind which never hates. Trapped in a state of imaginary grace. I've made a pilgrimage to save this human's race, never comprehending the race I'd long gone by. I'll stop the world, it melts with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. I'll stop the world, it melts with you. The future's open wide. I'll stop the world, it melts with you. I've seen some changes, but it's getting better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. I'll stop the world, it melts with you. The future's open wide. I'll stop the world, it melts with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. I'll stop the world, it melts with you. I'll stop the world, it melts with you. I'll stop the world, it melts with you. I'll stop the world, it melts.
If you need a friend, don't look to a stranger. You know in the end, I'll always be there. And when you're in doubt, and when you're in danger, take a look all around, and I'll be there. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you I will. When your day is through, and so is your temple, you know what to do. I'm gonna always be there. Sometimes if I shout, it's not what's intended. These words just come out with no cross to bear. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. But if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you. I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be. And if I had to walk the world, I'd make you fall for
So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the light. Stepping out into the light, into the light. We are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You can dress in pink and blue just like a child, and in a yellow taxi turn to me and smile. We'll be there in just a while if you follow me. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You babe, stepping out into the night, into the light. Stepping out into the light, into the light. You babe, stepping out into the night, into the light. Me babe, stepping out into the Meet me in the middle of the day, let me hear you say everything's okay. Bring me southern kisses from your room. Meet me in the middle of the night, let me hear you say everything's alright. Let me smell the moon in your perfume. Oh, gods and years will rise and fall, and there's always something more. Lost in talk, I waste my time, and it's all been said before. While further down behind the masquerade, the tears are there. I don't ask for all that much, I just want someone to care. That's right now. Meet me in the middle of the day, let me hear you say everything's okay. Come on out beneath the shining sun. Meet me in the middle of the night, let me hear you say everything's alright. Sneak on out beneath the stars and run. Oh yeah, yes. It's king or queen, and we must go down now beyond the
my mind and you won't have to hear shreds of news and afterthoughts and complicated scenes will weather down behind the light and fade like magazines. Know that they will now. Meet me in the middle of the day, let me hear you say everything's okay. Bring me southern kisses from your room. Hey, hey, you meet me in the middle of the night, let me hear you say everything's alright. Let me smell the moon in your perfume. Oh, now meet me in the middle of the day, let me hear you say everything's okay. Let me see you smiling back at me. Hey, meet me in the middle of the night, let me hear you say everything's alright. Hold me tight and love is free.
Okay, we are live back here at Turning Point USA, the Student Action Summit here in Tampa, Florida, Tampa Bay, Florida, and joined by Scott Jennings. You know, I almost hesitate to say Scott Jennings of CNN because you may not, but you are on CNN.
I am.
And I guess the first question that I would have, and we're going to talk about the book, obviously, but the first question that I would have, where did you come from? All of a sudden, I started seeing this guy showing up on X, and I'm like, who is that? And she's my wife is my producer. She goes, I got great audio today from this guy named Scott Jennings. And out of nowhere, Scott Jennings, where has Scott Jennings been for the rest of Mike Church's life?
Well, thank you for having me on. I've been with CNN for a few years, actually, but I'll tell you what changed. About a year ago, CNN made a brilliant decision, and they deserve a lot of credit for it, and that is we put a debating show on the air. It's the 10 o'clock show, Newsnight with Abby Phillip. I think it's the best show on TV because it's an actual debate A lot of cable is just people agreeing. This is a debate. We're in rhetorical combat every night on the issues of the day. And so you combine that with the heat of a presidential campaign, and all of a sudden, sparks were flying. We were making cable great again, man. And it's just continued. We've been doing it for a year. So I'm really grateful that CNN said there's value in debate. This nation was founded on debate. We're the only debating show on TV, and that's why it's working. And I'm honored to carry the conservative banner on it.
Well, you know, I'm old enough to remember, Scott, when Robert Novak took the headphones off, spiked them, and told Michael Kinsley to go, what himself on firing line.
Yeah.
On the great firing line. CNN became notorious or famous for shows like Firing Line and actually having two guys like I kind of duke it out. And to tell you the truth, they did a really poor job in press releasing that because I didn't know that they had put this show together that you are on.
Yeah, it was last year. Abby had a show, but then the executives said, we're going to turn this into a debating show. I think the original idea was just to do it during the election. But it was working so well, we kept it. And now we're one of the best rated shows, fastest growing shows. There's a lot of evidence that Republicans are watching it and watching the clips. I mean, people walk up to me all the time saying, I'm watching CNN again. We're making cable great again, but it's the debates. Abby does a great job. I love Abby. And yes, I occasionally hear objectively crazy things, but that's part of the job. And so we're out there fighting it out on a nightly basis. And look, it's an honest, good faith debate. I think Americans need it. We need more of it. I'm shocked other people don't do it, but I think we're the only one right now.
We call it disputations, right? You have a disputation. You have this point A, point B. There's nothing wrong with having a disagreement. A gentleman's disagreement. Well, why don't we hash it out and talk about it?
Yes.
But the real question that Americans really want to know from Scott Jennings is, how are the chickens?
Yes. I'm a famous chicken farmer. I have 35 laying hens. Only laying hens. I don't eat them. We collect the eggs. I accidentally got a rooster once. It was the worst thing that ever happened. Never get a rooster. They serve no purpose. If you're not going to hatch them, you don't need a rooster. They crow all day, and they sexually harass their coworkers. We named him Governor Cuomo. We finally impeached the governor. He's gone. The 35 laying hens are much happier without him. They're fantastic. I have a bulldog named Elvis. He harasses them a little. We got to protect the chickens from Elvis. But overall, it's a great hobby.
So there is a rumor that I have heard. You are from the great state of Kentucky, and Mitch McConnell is obviously retiring. I have heard your name mentioned as a potential candidate for the United States Senate. As a matter of fact, my co-host, my news co-host, she says, I want Scott Jennings. He will be my lion of the Senate. What would you say to my co-host who's listening right now?
Yeah.
Is Scott Jennings even interested in being the lion of the Senate?
Well, I'm flattered, first of all. That's what I would say, and I'm honored by your confidence. We do have an open Senate seat. There are 3 people running. I actually know them all, like them all. They have helped them all at various stages of their careers. And so I'm confident we're going to keep the seat in Republican hands. I think politics is a team sport. I think the president's the head of our team. He's our head coach. Eventually, he may get interested in this and call a play. And when he does, we should follow his lead. That's my view. I haven't ruled anything out. I haven't ruled anything in. I have had an interest in running for office for most of my life. My grandfather was a local elected official when I was growing up. And so I do believe in candidates and campaigns. I've been involved in a lot of them, but I don't really have any announcements to make on this other than to say we have to keep the seat red. The president deserves a say as our head coach. That hasn't happened yet. The filing deadline's in January, the primary's in May, and we'll see what happens.
So let's talk about your career for a moment, because many people may not know where you came from. Now, you have the new book out, A Revolution of Common Sense.
Yes.
And let's tell the truth, we need common sense. Practical solutions work, and they become common because they're sensible and they transcend time. Where did you start? Because I'm unfamiliar with the Scott Jennings story, and I'd like to know just a little bit about it.
Yep, I'm from Dawson Springs, Kentucky, which is a little town in West Kentucky. I went to the University of Louisville. For the 4 years I was at Louisville, I was actually a news anchor at WHAS Radio in Louisville, a great 50,000-watt clear channel radio station. I thought I was going to be a radio journalist. But in 2000, I got into politics. I went to work for President, then Governor, George W. Bush, and I've really kind of been in it ever since. Worked on both of his campaigns, worked in the White House. I've had a consulting career in politics. I joined CNN about 8 years ago. It really took off for me, though, in a big way, as I mentioned in the last year. I've written thousands of newspaper columns over the years. This is my first book. It's hard to write a book. I have a lot of newfound respect for people who write books for a living. I've had a consulting career on the political and corporate side. So, I've had a really fortunate, professional life. But this last year, CNN with the debating show, the radio show that I'm starting Monday on the Salem Radio Network, the book that I'm writing, like all this has really kind of come around in the last year in a way that it's just exploded for me. But my background, I'm a rural Western Kentuckian. I'm the son of a garbage man.
So
I went to the University of Louisville.
You're a Thomas Massey. You sound like you almost sound like Congressman Massey.
I live in his district.
Well, you know what? He has that video out, Hayseed Redneck.
Yeah.
Of him on his farm, and how he dug the trench out and he figured out how to run his own water and all that. People in Kentucky are like that kind of salt of the earth kind of people.
Really are. I think the best people in the world. I think Kentucky is the most beautiful state in the world. We also have an interesting electorate. We're conservative, but we have a libertarian, contrarian streak in us, and we have a Democrat governor right now, which is strange for a red state. So the Kentucky electorate has at times surprised. You mentioned Massey. The president's obviously upset with him right now. He's upset a little bit with Rand Paul right now. So Kentucky's a really strong pro-Trump state. It has given him some fits a little bit, but overall, I think the president is the most popular Republican in Kentucky, and ultimately what he says is going to be highly influential in these upcoming primaries and elections.
Plus, we need Kentucky for bourbon. I mean, let's be honest.
We need, and horses.
And horses. You have to have Kentucky for bourbon. As an American historian, I love American history. I tell people this story, and they go like, "Really?" I'm like, people don't know this. Kentucky was carved out of what used to be the Old Dominion, Virginia.
That's right.
Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia. Virginia was kind of carved out. The founding fathers had a love, though, for that part. You have a Jefferson County, you have a Washington County, you have a Madison County.
Yes.
Is that kind of still love for American history? Is that still like a lot? Well, first of all, do you have a favorite founder, if you will, or one that you like to talk about? And is that kind of love for American history and for the great history of the state of Kentucky, is that alive and well in Kentucky?
It is. I think Kentuckians are very patriotic people. They believe in the founding. I think they strongly reject this idea that somehow America's rotten or the founding was rotten. I think Kentuckians find that hateful, frankly. In terms of my own favorites, I'm a George Washington guy. I love George Washington. I just, this was the greatest American. We've had a few. Washington comes along, Lincoln comes along, Teddy Roosevelt comes along, Eisenhower comes along. But, obviously George Washington is, one of the most important people in all of mankind because of what he did to found the country. Our history in Kentucky, the Civil War history is fascinating. We had both Lincoln and Jefferson Davis born 90 miles apart.
True story.
When the cornerstone was laid for the Lincoln Boyhood Memorial, which is in Kentucky, Teddy Roosevelt came and laid the cornerstone. And so, we have a lot of history. Kentucky's been the crossroads for a lot of American history, since Daniel Boone came across the Cumberland Pass, And so I'm honored to be a Kentuckian. And I think we have great Kentucky leaders today. You mentioned a few. I'll tell you another one that I think is great is Jamie Comer, the head of the Oversight Committee. I think he'll be the next governor of Kentucky. So we have a long tradition. We're a small rural state, but we often punch above our weight because we produce very creative, smart politicians.
Kentucky did not join the Confederacy until in 1864. That's a fact. They kind of sat there because they were in between, like almost like the Mason-Dixon border state, and they kind of sat there. They leaned towards the Confederacy, and I've always loved that story about Kentucky. That it was right there, and it could have joined, and it was maybe aiding and assisting the Confederacy a little bit, but it really didn't join until they were invaded and kind of forced into it. It's a great story about Kentucky, and my other favorite Kentucky story is, and most people don't know this, in 1890-something, you guys passed an amendment to your Constitution guaranteeing the right to keep and bear arms. Again, but limited to it so that the legislature could pass laws against people that have mental disabilities.
Yep.
And I'm like, this is common sense gun control here. And they did this in the 1890s in the great state of Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, my general view is if we just listen to Kentuckians more often, the world would be a better place. The more we listen to Kentucky, the better off we'll be.
Well, wait a minute. Let's throw some Louisiana love in here now because I'm a Louisianan.
I got it. Well, you do have the great speaker, Mike Johnson. So
we do have the speaker. All right, you're keeping a busy schedule here today.
Yes.
What do you think about all these young people, young conservatives, young people that have embraced this kind of MAGA thing here? You know, they're all wearing red. Many of them wearing red, white, and blue.
Yep.
They're attending talks. The men have certainly pivoted. There's no doubt young men have pivoted. So, what do you think about this?
I think I'm energized by what I've seen in the hall. There's a lot of optimism here. There's a lot of energy in the room. And the thing I talked about on the stage today was that we cannot concede any space in our culture. No campus, no corporation, no TV network. Every corner of our culture, conservatives have to go.
Yes.
And that's what I think this movement represents. You know, there's spaces that the left for years thought they owned. And you have all these young people going out into these campuses and saying, no, you don't own this. I have a voice here. I'm fighting for free speech here. I also told them that I thought the main fight going on in this world is the fight for the future of Western civilization. We're either going to win or we're going to lose. These people are the new vanguard. They're the heirs to the Minutemen and the patriots who founded this country. I sense that in these people. And so I'm totally energized by what I've seen here today. We're optimistic, we're energetic, and we're the fun party. This is the fun party. We're having fun. This is the fun party. I go on TV with these people every night, and it's like, what a bunch of sourpusses. We're the fun party. It's the first time in my life. We're the fun party.
Everybody give it up for the fun party. And while you were talking, I was just I was thinking about the fun party and the young people, and that they come together at an event like this. I think one of the more underappreciated things is there's genius in youth.
Yeah.
You have a childlike imagination, right? You're still, you know, you and I are a little gray, a little long in the tooth, as they say. I'm much longer in the tooth than you.
Yeah.
But these young people have all manner of ideas that you and I, when we were young, we were dreamers, and we had all sorts of ideas. I think that that's the thing that the MAGA taps into, because like I have said on my radio show and on the TV show, and I've been at this a long time, Scott, 1992. As I have said recently here, if Americans can't make America great again, then quit. We don't need foreigners to come and make America great again. We just need Americans committed to the cause.
I think one of the greatest threats to Western civilization is the migration crisis going on all over this world.
Yes.
We've experienced it here. They've experienced it in Europe. Look what's happened to these European countries that have allowed themselves to be overrun by people who fundamentally don't share Western values. And so I think one of the reasons Donald Trump won the election is people are sick of the invasion of the United States. You can have legal immigration. There can be a process. You can ask yourself, can this person help my country? That doesn't mean you have to pretend like the borders don't exist.
That's correct.
And so what the president has done to close the border and the enforcement actions to start to extract people from the country, it's going to take a while. They let 20 million people in here. I'm not saying all are bad, but I'm also saying not all are good. So the president has to do what he has to do. And you see the left raging about this. Fundamentally, the animating part of the left right now is borders don't exist. It's not a crime to come here illegally. And you know, there's even saying that if you get arrested and deported because you're here illegally, it's kidnapping. No, we're just enforcing the law. We're either going to be a nation of laws or we're not. That's what Trump is standing for, and I think the American people are behind him.
Will you start a PAC to help elect Jasmine Crockett?
I
nominate her as the Democrat.
I talk her up every chance I get. She is the unquestioned leader of the Democratic Party. I will put her, any platform she wants, I will help book her on it. The more she talks, the better off we are. She is the beating heart of the Democratic Party. She, AOC, they compete for it. But you can't turn on your TV without seeing Crockett right now. It's a beautiful thing.
A fun fact for Scott Jennings here, and I know you got to go because you got other interviews to get to, and thank you so much for your time.
Yes.
A fun fact for Scott Jennings here, you're working at CNN now, and a lot of people don't know this. Do you know who put the money up for the movie Gods and Generals?
No, I don't.
Ted Turner.
No kidding.
He is a Civil War reenactor.
Oh, wow. You know what? My son is. I have a 16-year-old son. He's part of the Kentucky 114th Light Cavalry.
That's beautiful.
Not Light Cavalry, the Light Artillery, and he's got. We go to these battles. I didn't know that actually, but anyway, we're kind of into it in the Jennings household.
If you watch Gods and Generals again, watch the campfire scene.
Okay.
And where Stonewall Jackson and they're all gathered around and Lee's there. Robert Duvall plays Lee, and they're all gathered around the fire as they pan around and they're singing the Scottish song "My Bonnie Blue Flag." As they pan around, you'll see Ted Turner sitting there clapping his hands. Ted Turner financed Gods and Generals.
No kidding.
He is he is a son of George. He's a Confederate patriot. He still believes, in the Old South, or in some of the values of the Old South. And he put his money up. He put his money where his mouth is.
I think all of history is worth remembering, worth studying,
Yes.
worth understanding. I'm really proud of my son for doing this Civil War reenacting because he has learned a tremendous amount about the battles we've been engaged in, and it's been around Kentucky for the most part. But I want our kids to grow up in a country where it's okay to study history. It's okay to study history.
I love it.
And so anyway, I've been very proud of him for doing that.
So the worst joke you probably ever have heard about 30 times is, "Hey, you're from the capital of Kentucky, but how do you pronounce it? Is it Louisville or Louisville?"
Yeah.
And of course, the capital, no, dummy, it's Frankfurt.
It's Frankfurt, but the correct pronunciation is Louisville.
Louisville. I got it. Hey, everybody, Scott Jennings.
Thank you.
Great book. Thank you so much.
Yep. Go to Amazon, type in A Revolution of Common Sense, order it. It'll be there by November. You can also order the audio edition, which I'm personally recording. It's a great Christmas gift. Type in a 1 and then as many zeros as you want. That's my advice.
As one as many zeros. And welcome to radio broadcasting.
Thank you.
Start Monday, I hear.
I start Monday, 2 o'clock. I got Mike Johnson coming on from Louisiana. He's my first guest.
Fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Scott Jennings, can you get a picture of us real quick before Scott has to leave? How many more interviews you have?
They're next.
Oh, okay. Oh, Monica Page. You
Yeah.
know Monica?
Yeah.
She's great. All right,
Okay.
Scott.
Thanks, my
Thank
friend.
you. I
Really
appreciate you.
this. Thank you so much.
inside, across the sea into my soul. It reaches into where I cannot hide, setting my feet upon the road. My heart is old, it holds my memories. My body burns a gem-like flame, somewhere between the soul and soft machine is where I find myself again. Killing days on down the road that I must travel. Killing days on through the darkness of the night. Killing days on where I'm going, will you follow? Killing days on the highway in the light. When I was young, I thought of growing old, of what my life would mean to me. But I had followed down my chosen road, I only wished what I could be. Killing days on down the road that I must travel. Killing days on through the darkness of the night. Killing days on where I'm going, will you follow? Killing days on the highway in the light. Oh, oh, oh. Killing days on down the road that I must travel. Killing days on through the darkness of the night. Killing days on where I'm going, will you follow? Killing days on the highway in the light. Killing days on down the road that I must travel. Killing days on through the darkness of the night. Killing days on where I'm going, will you follow? Killing days on the highway in the light. Killing days on down the road that I must travel. Killing days on through the darkness of the night. Killing days on where I'm going, will you follow? Killing days on the highway in the light. Killing days on down the road that I must travel.
I walk along the avenue. I never thought I'd meet a girl like you. Meet a girl like you. With auburn hair and tawny eyes, the kind of eyes that hypnotize me through. You hypnotize me through. And I run so far away.
Okay, we are back live here at Turning Point USA at the Student Action Summit here in Tampa Bay, Florida here on a Saturday afternoon. Mike Church here with Mike Church Show and the Crusade Radio Network. And we have been conducting our live interviews with so many people during the course of the weekend. Remember, you can win a silver round by giving me or us your email address. All you're going to do is stop by the booth and the table and your name and your email address, and you're in like Flynn for a chance to win a silver round, which we gave one away to a young lady named Megan who won it today. So we just finished up our interview with Scott Scott Jennings, and are now with Elizabeth Landis. And the name of the book is
The Forgotten Realm.
The Forgotten Realm. And what is The Forgotten Realm?
Well, it's a civics book for American Christians. It's a popular book. It's not a textbook, but it can be used as a textbook.
I'm just going to move that a little closer. You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
So the purpose is to help American Christians find their way into the forgotten realm. We've forgotten about it, and we need to find our way back there.
So when you say the Forgotten Realm, we talked about civics and about Civics 101 as the is the basis of all government, and that you have your system of subsidiarity and your system of solidarity. And this is what, as I was thumbing through the book, this is what you're writing about.
Absolutely.
Restoring this.
Yes.
And about teaching it.
Yes.
Because it's probably not taught in very many, which is why, I started the Civics 101 series. It's just specifically because, no one is teaching civics anymore.
Yes.
I had to take a course in civics when I was in high school.
Yes.
Did you?
A weak one. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So talk about civics.
Well, I will. Thank you so much first for having me on the show. This
Sure.
is an honor, and this whole conference is an honor to be at. Basically, I found out by talking to people that they don't know how our American government works. They like to talk about it. They like to watch the evening news. They like to have opinions on what's going on in D.C., but we aren't running our cities. We aren't running our counties. I call them county equivalents. You're from Louisiana, you have parishes.
Parishes.
People in Alaska have boroughs. People in Connecticut have planning regions. People in Rhode Island don't have any counties at all. So I say the word county equivalent. Then we also have special districts, sometimes called taxing districts. We don't even know we have those, and we don't know who are on the boards of those. So basically, we aren't running our local government. And then at the state level, we had Roe v. Wade overturned. That went back to the states. I think that as Christians, we could do a far better job speaking into the ears of our state legislators than we're doing. My town in Idaho is 6 hours north of the state capitol. I knew very few people who had been to the state capitol, even visited, until my daughter started a program that's nationally run through Teen Pack to bring young people to the state capitol. She's the youngest coordinator ever for Teen Pack. But that's one way to get young people to the Capitol. Another way is to have them page or intern at the Capitol. But there are many other ways we have access to our state legislators through email, through Facebook, through texting, through phone calls, through visits. And then there's national government, which we also need to know about. So I include that in the book as well. So it's not just a book about local government, but the idea is that in Christ we live and move and have our being. And where can we best start doing that? The principle of subsidiarity, we start at the local level.
You have to.
You have to. And you have to start cracking those budgets. So if I could call your listeners' attention to one thing, it would be look at the website for your local government, find the budget, study it, and find out where DOGE can take place in your local governments, whether it's city, whether it is county equivalent, whether it's special districts.
Or state.
Or state, also state. And as we go up the level, it gets more complicated. But there was a special district budget that I can't find posted publicly. Budgets must be posted publicly, and there's not transparency because we have forgotten about the government and we've forgotten to look and keep people accountable.
Well, I think most people think that even if they find out about local government, that local government is not going to be responsive. And because they may have tried, it takes us one time to try, and you get shut out or told to shut up or get kicked out of a city council or a county meeting or whatever the case may be. And of course, you shouldn't be rude. So I think that this sows the seed of apathy. But if you even drill down lower than that, Elizabeth, if you drill down below city, where do you find government? Well, dad is the king of his castle. So you find it at the family level, and it's the most important. The two perfect entities, as the church teaches us, are the church and the state. So the family is not a political entity in and of itself, but it is the foundational unit. Without the family, and it is the world's oldest form of government, is the family unit, right? So without the family unit, you can't rise above the family unit if you don't have the foundational unit.
Absolutely. So the way I like to describe it, play off of this, is that God has put actually 4 realms of government over us, but one actually is under us, and it's assumed in the other 3, and that's self-governance. Yes. So that leaves us with the family, oldest, the church, and the state, what I call the civil government, the civil realm. Okay. Each of those has a governance over it. And so, as you said, in the family, the leader's dad. 2 leaders don't lead well. 1 leader, people know how to follow. And then in the church, we spend most of our time in the family and the church, and depending on what kind of church we go to, it has different governance, different forms of polity. And then in the civil realm, well, I call that the forgotten realm because we spend most of our time in the first 2 realms, and we don't invest in the civil realm. So for the last 7 years, I've attended almost every city council meeting in my new city. And that's because I moved to a new state. In my prior state, I learned about county government, and I attended those meetings every week. And that was because an industrial wind project was proposed for my county, and we needed to educate our county commissioners and inform them why this was not a good decision.
I talked to a pair of county commissioners in a county in Ohio over this very issue, and they got involved in politics, if you will, because they went to a county government meeting to learn about a solar panel farm. And come to find out, the county was going to spend like $120 million. They're going to surrender this massive piece of property so that this company could come in, and they were going to subsidize it. The solar panel farm, which was then going to generate electricity and was going to be sold to the citizens, right? And so these 2 guys were like, you can't do that. And they both got elected commissioner, so they could get on the county commission, and they could put the kibosh or the kibosh on the solar panel farm. If you want to do this, well, then you go out and find somebody that will sell you the property, and then you build it, the solar panel company. So there actually is you're not the only one that's done that, and this was in Ohio. Yes. They stopped this in 2 counties in Ohio, or in a county in Ohio. So this kind of stuff happens all the time, and people don't know about it. They'd like to come after the fact and complain about it and say, well, the county did this, the county did that. You could try and stop the county, but you'd have to know that they were doing it, I think is your point.
Well, no, my point is once you have to fight that, it's kind of late because you don't know the system. So same thing happened to me. There were 126 leases signed for a wind farm in my county, for a proposed wind farm of 1 to 200 turbines that would encroach on our private property. And I had to go and attend the Area Plan Commission to learn about them rewriting our ordinance for our county. I didn't know what the Area Plan Commission was.
Okay.
And then I didn't know what an ordinance was. And then I had to meet with the county commissioners, and I had to meet with the outgoing ones and the ingoing ones. And so that was 5 meetings, and I didn't know who they were when I first met them. And so I met one at a public outreach, and he said, "Thank you for coming to speak." And I said, "Well, excuse me, sir, who are you?" And he said, I'm your county commissioner. And I thought, oh my, I'm at the bottom of a huge learning curve, and I've got a lot to learn. But the thing that I realized, Mike, is that the more I talked to people, other people didn't know either. They don't know what system of government their city operates under. They don't know what system their county operates under. They don't know who's elected, who's appointed. They don't know who they're voting for on voting day. I mean, I could just go on. And so I wrote this book, and it got to be over 500 pages because there was so much to tell people.
So you have 500 pages in the Forgotten Realm, Civics for American Christians. Now you do get into state government, and then you do get into federal government,
I do.
Into the national government. There's a graph in here that I was laughing at when I saw it, because it reminded me of Schoolhouse Rock. You remember, I'm just a bill up on Capitol Hill, but maybe someday I might become a law. You have how a bill becomes a law, phase one,
Yes.
And that's what made me think about it. In the United States, it's interesting that there is actually a different system in every state. You're in Idaho now. Louisiana, we have a Senate and we have a legislature. Some states call them the House of Commons. Some states call them assembly. You might be an assemblyman and not a legislator. What do you have in Idaho?
We have a House of Representatives and a Senate. Interestingly, in Nebraska, there's a unicameral, and it's the only place in the nation that doesn't have a two-house legislature.
I think Maine has a unicameral. No, Nebraska's
Nebraska.
the only unicameral.
Maine is the other nation or the other state that votes differently in the Electoral College, and that might be what you're thinking of. Maine and Nebraska are the two. They're not winner take all.
Okay, so so Nebraska went, and they had the one district that could lean, could have leaned Democrat. It didn't. And Trump got all of the Nebraska electoral votes because they were all worried about it.
Yes.
They were concerned about this could turn the election here. Harris could walk. I never thought that Harris was going to win to begin with, so I never concerned myself with it. But you're right. Nebraska is not a winner-take-all. Maine is not a winner-take-all. Interesting things about American government that you could know. All right, so let's talk about the Founding Fathers here because if you go back, if you want to know anything about American history, it's probably found written sometime between 1774 and 1800. You really don't need to go much beyond that. I was talking to a young man who came over here and asked me a question. He goes, I want to ask you a question about American history. I said, what do you want to know? He says, didn't Federalist Paper number 78, didn't it say that the judiciary was going to be the least important branch? I said, it did. And he goes, how come it's the most important branch now? Why is it so powerful? And I said, you want the long answer or short? He goes, I want the historical answer, sir. And I said, the historical answer is there was a case in 1820-something called McCullough versus Maryland. This is where the idea of judicial oversight or judicial review came in from Chief Justice John Marshall. Now, this was not written into the American form of government. This is something that is fabricated kind of along the way and then kind of like becomes de facto. You have two systems of rules. You have de jure and you have de facto. De jure means they actually legislated it. De facto means it just kind of became habit, right? Well, judicial review became habit. And there are a lot of habits in city, county, state government, but habitual stuff, the federal government is 100% bad habits.
Well, I think the case might have been 1803, Marbury versus Madison.
That's the first one. That started it.
That started judicial review, and that made the ruling of law being unconstitutional become the thing.
Yes.
And when you look at the Constitution, you see, that's not exactly there, but it does fit logically with the three branches and the separation of powers. So you can make a case for it, but you can't make a constitutional case for it. The other thing that you mentioned, and this is what we have in our nation, is a misunderstanding of federalism. And federalism sounds like a bad word, but it's actually really, really good. And it's that the federal government, the national government, has limited powers, and all the other powers belong to the states and to the people. And
Well, that's what the 10th Amendment says.
Yes, that's the 10th Amendment, but that's the misunderstanding that federalism is bad. It's not. And so all the other powers belong to the states and to the people, and those powers are given to us actually by God.
Yes.
And that's why we have such variety across our states, which is really good for our individuality as Americans. So, it's good for Americans to know that. That's why we have you have to take a different driver's test for every state. We have different laws.
Well, you have different driver's licenses.
Yes.
And sometimes there's a thing in gun possession called reciprocity. I've been an enemy of reciprocity my entirety of my adult life. It's the most stupid thing. Well, you have the Second Amendment, so you ought to have the. If the Second Amendment says this, and it's universal across all the states. No, that's not what the Second Amendment says. And if the state of I'm sorry to tell you that if the state of New Jersey wants to ban handguns outside of Army and their militia, they probably can do it. Even though there's the Heller case and there's another case, the McDonald case and the Heller case, that say that it's a universal right. Well, it's a right given to self-defense is a right given to you by God, and no state can take that away, right? But states have nuances in the regulation of guns, and I don't know who would be opposed to a sensible regulation that maybe blind people couldn't buy a firearm, or maybe someone that is, you showed up on, you were just discharged from a mental facility, and you had some serious mental problems. Today we're going to turn down your application to buy a firearm. And again, that's just something that is
common sense.
It's common sense. So what else do we learn in the book, The Forgotten Realm?
So we also learn a term I coined called Christian diplomacy. And that's how we behave ourselves when we go to observe government. I really encourage you all to go to public meetings. Look on the internet or in your newspaper, find out when your city government meets, when your town government meets, when your county government meets, and when your special districts meet, but you first have to find out what they are because you're paying taxes to them and you probably don't know who they are, but they would be like the library district, the cemetery district, the highway district. All of those need our eyes on them, and we need to be attending them, but we need to know how to behave when we're there. So I wrote this chapter called Christian Diplomacy, and it says go in subtly, go in and observe. Don't go in swinging fists, and then be winsome. And winsome is a word that's fallen on hard times today, but basically, if you want to push an agenda forward, you've got to be winsome to get it to work. I had to be winsome to convince those county commissioners to vote against the industrial wind project.
I love it. Winsome.
Winsome. A lot of Christians will say, "Oh no, that's a bad word," but it's actually a very good word. If it's been sabotaged.
Who would think winsome is a bad word?
People who think you compromise your principles when you are winsome. So you're a flake if you're winsome. But that's not what the book says. You got to get the book and read it. Also, becoming having, I call it the mustard seed approach, but being patient. We've got a lot to learn in the civil realm. We've got to learn what the code of laws is. We've got to learn who's elected and who's appointed. We've got to learn when the meetings are. We've got to learn what executive session is when we have to leave the public meeting, and that is legal under the sunshine laws, but we need to know our state laws because all of our cities, counties, and special districts operate under the authority of the state legislature.
Sure.
So we've got lots ahead of us, and we've got lots of funding to look at how are our tax dollars being spent. And I will tell you, they don't spend them as if they were their own dollars.
Ooh, somebody doesn't want you people to see your book. That was a bogey got a hold of that one. All right, so get the book. Where can they find the book?
At civilrealm.com is the best place to get it. It's published through Roman Roads Media. It is also on Amazon. It's called The Forgotten Realm, Civics for American Christians.
Civics for American Christians. I'm all about civics for American Christians. I'm all about solidarity, and I'm all about the system of subsidiarity. You know, in the medieval ages, they didn't have a local government.
No.
They didn't need it because they were all pretty much Christians and they were obeying God's law and church teaching on almost everything. And there wasn't a lot of disagreement. You kind of knew what you could and couldn't do. You didn't need a local government to do anything. You certainly wouldn't create one to tax you to make things up to do.
There was the feudal system, and people knew their place in it.
Oh, this lady, there was the feudal system. And then before so you had the feudal system, and then in England you had, after the feudal system, you had the, oh gosh, what's it called? It's not feudal, but the English had a form of this system. You think that the medieval times, there's a bunch of people that are running around with bad breath and rotten teeth and haven't bathed in 15 years, and they're miserable and they hate life and they die when they're 20.
That's what we're told in the public schools.
And then they die when they're 27, and between the time a woman becomes capable and 27, she has 11 or 12 kids, and then she dies. And then she dies, and then the children take over and all. There's a lot to be said about the feudal system and the system that existed to pass property on to the next generation. You don't need real estate agents. Yes. I don't need a real estate agent because I have real estate. It's called mom and dad's property at the back. I live on the back 40 now. There's a lot to be said about that. There's a lot to be said for the system of primogeniture, where, eldest son is going to get all of it, but he's going to be a wise steward, and he's going to divvy it up. He's going to give Elizabeth some, he's going to give the sister some, he's going to give your brother some, whatever the decides here. It eliminates an awful lot of people that are preying upon and basically making a profit of some sort, or
might you call it a bureaucracy?
Well, a bureaucracy or an illicit living off of what primarily belongs to you. So,
yeah.
All right, folks, I'm going to send you back to the studio. I want to thank Elizabeth for coming by.
Thank you for having me. This was so much fun.
Thank you. And we're going to, we have a couple more interviews to get to here today, live from the Student Action Summit at TPUSA in Tampa, Florida. So Mike Churchill here on the Crusade Radio Network.
So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? Dressed in pink and blue just like a child.
So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the light. Stepping out into the light, into the light. We are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You can dress in pink and blue just like a child, and in a yellow taxi turn to me and smile.
And we are back live at Turning Point USA at the Student Action Summit. And it's Mike Church here on the Crusade Radio Network. We are now joined by Jessica Ray of Jessica Ray. Is it swimwear or Jessica Ray wear?
Jessica Ray Swimwear.
Jessica Ray swimwear. Jessica and I were just catching up and talking about it. I said, where are you from? And she goes, oh, unfortunately, California. And I said, there's nothing to apologize for. California is the most picturesque, beautiful state in the Union. Now, that's exterior beauty. That's natural beauty. But there is an ugliness that has certainly taken hold.
The devil wants California.
Well, it seems like he's gotten it.
I think you might be right.
Could you get a little closer to
Yes,
the...
yes.
Okay. And so, what inspired the creation of Jessica Ray Swimwear?
Well, I had been working in Hollywood for quite some time.
You check all the boxes.
Yes, I was a Power Ranger on the TV show Power Rangers, and you know, I had been auditioning, and when you work in that industry, which can be very ugly, you just constantly hear every day how you're not enough. You're not tall enough, short enough, you know, pretty enough, Asian enough, Indian enough. I'm not even Indian. Mexican enough. I'm not even Mexican. You just keep hearing this. They beat you down, and I just started to feel really objectified with that. And then also, you know, I was not actually practicing my Catholic faith at the time, and I was just not living the way that I should have been living. And so I just started to notice. The way I was being looked at and treated, and I didn't like it. Very much. So I started learning about the faith. I started learning about modesty, and I decided I'm never going to wear a bikini ever again. I don't like the way it makes me feel, and couldn't find a swimsuit. Could not find a swimsuit that wasn't made for a grandma or a little girl that was more covered. This was 17 years ago. So I was like, I'm just going to make one. Made one. Tons of people in LA asked me where I got it, and so I decided to start my own business.
And so, then when you say modesty, can you come in? Maybe I can put my daughter in touch with you, and you can tell her, convince her that swimsuit, that bikini that she wears, she is. You're being objectified, is what I tell her. And modesty. So the first thing that falls in a civil Christian society, the first thing we lose is modesty. If there is to be a rebound, the first thing that will return is modesty. Is there a return?
Well, I think so. And actually, there's a book written called A Return to Modesty.
I have it.
You do, and she republished it, and she mentions me in the second edition. I was so honored, because that book is really one of the things that helped me understand modesty. I was actually initially very opposed and irritated and defensive when people would say that word. And
Candace, can you kill me?
and I didn't like it. I was like, whatever this, I was so opposed to this thing of modesty, and I'm like, don't tell me what to wear, don't tell me you're not my dad, you know, you're not my husband or whatever, just don't tell me what to wear. But I'm glad that I had that you know, fire about me, because then it made me learn really what modesty is, and it's not about covering your bodies, it really is about revealing your dignity.
There's a book called Dressing with Dignity. And who wrote Dressing? We have it in the store. The lady, she worked on the Weather Channel. What's her name? It'll come to me in a moment. When you say dignity, wait a minute, there's another book. It's called Dressing with Dignity. And you can talk to the etiquette lady right there, because she is all about dignity. And that's why we try to chart a path, if you will, back to practicing etiquette, because etiquette is the same thing. It's treating every human being. Colleen Hammond, Dressing with Dignity. But it's treating every human being with a sense of dignity, but you have to have a sense of dignity yourself. Mm-hmm. Rolling out of bed at the crack of 10 and going to the Piggly Wiggly to go shopping in your pajama bottoms and your tank top and your slippers, which I saw today. Today I saw it. And I'm like, who does this? Well, a lot of people, apparently. So it's not just about a lack of clothes in a swimsuit. It's also about the choice of clothes.
Like, it's not appropriate. You know, like what you would wear to the beach, you wouldn't wear that to mass or to church or to a business meeting, or, you know, you wouldn't. I don't know. I see the pajamas are for bed. They're for sleeping, and I see them at the airport, and I see them, you know, at the grocery store, like you're saying, or just walking around, and it's not.
How does this look when viewed in the light of eternity is the question. All things that have to do with dignity. What's been the reception like? You know, you have fashionistas out there, and heaven knows there are probably 500,000 young women, including my daughter, that fancy themselves as fashion influencers. Have the fashion influencers found you? They like you, they don't like you? Or have good Catholics and other Christians of other denominations found you and go like, hey, finally I have a place that I can shop for stuff that I can actually put my daughter in, and I'm not ashamed?
So when I first started the company, it was slow going. You know, I was selling to friends, family members, and then people who would see it in in person and just really loved it and wanted to buy it. But it wasn't until I gave a talk that went viral on YouTube called The Evolution of the Swimsuit. It's like a 7 or 8 minute talk that went viral, and people loved it and people hated it. You can look it up, and that's why it went viral. But I mean, the people that loved it really spoke out, because I sold out of all of my inventory in 2 days.
In 2 days. So the evolution of the swimsuit. So can you give me like a 30,000 foot view of what the evolution of the swimsuit was?
Basically, it talks about the invention of the bikini.
Okay.
And that came with the sexual revolution. And it was invented by a French man named Louis Rayard. And it was so scandalous that he couldn't get any model to wear it. He had to hire a stripper.
That's how wonderful it was. So you had to hire someone that was used to not wearing clothes to put the bikini on. And I think the first, you know, they work very diligently at the demons. They work very diligently at being influencers themselves. Because one of the most famous instances, you have two that I can think of. First, they got this woman named Ursula Andress, and they got her in the Dr. No movie, the James Bond movie. They got her in a bikini, and it was the first time that a woman had ever been filmed in a major motion picture in a bikini. Then you get Raquel Welch, the famous Raquel Welch in the Land That Time Forgot movie, and not only did they film Raquel Welch in the film in the bikini, but they used her for the movie poster after the fact, and that's how you normalize it. Then all the young girls are going like, oh, well, look at that. You know, by the time you get to 1965, and the Beach Boys are making Pet Sounds, and they're talking about California girls. What does Mike Love sing? I dig a French bikini on a wild island crossed by a palm tree. French bikini from your guy has made it into the popular culture, and Jessica, as they say, the rest is history.
It is. I mean, he named it the Bikini after Bikini Atoll, the atomic bomb testing site. He wanted.
Isn't that a nice coincidence?
He wanted it to be a bomb, like he was dropping this bomb on everyone. And there was something. I mentioned this in my talk, but it's not a true bikini unless it can be pulled through a wedding ring.
So now a guy's wedding ring or that's not a lot of fabric. Okay, talk about for a second. All right, how can conservatives then maybe work to introduce modesty back into American culture? First thing we can do is dress nicely.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We need to model the behavior ourselves. And really, when I started this line, I couldn't find anything in stores. That's why I created it. I looked to the past, and so I would go to vintage shops and I would buy these swimsuits that were, you know, the type of swimsuit that Audrey Hepburn wore or Grace Kelly, and I just looked to the past, to these women who I thought, I really love the way they dress. It's modest, it's classy, timeless, and so that is really where I drew my inspiration from. But I think nowadays, as conservatives, we can model the behavior and give something the younger generation to look up to. And oh wow, okay, women can dress like that, and they can be more covered. They can still look beautiful and feel beautiful.
Well, I think the greatest model and example that we have ever in the history of Earth is right there. And I'm pointing at, you guys all got the wrong idea. I'm pointing at her miraculous medal. I'm pointing at the Blessed Virgin Mary, who is the model of femininity. She is the model of modesty. She is the model of humility. And why anyone wouldn't fall in love with Mary is just beyond me. Because I'm with you. I wear my Mary on my heart right here.
Amen.
Okay, so where can people find young ladies, mothers, moms, or women that are interested? Where do they find?
My website is jessicarey.com, and I am on Instagram as the real Jessica Ray.
So the real Jessica Ray. Are there imposters?
There's a fake one. There's a fake one out there.
And are they trying to take you down?
No, I think that's just their name.
Oh, okay. All right, real Jessica Ray on Instagram, and Jessica Ray with an E, REY.com. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And folks, we're going to send you back to the studio here, Mike Church Live at the Crusade Radio Network, and we are here at TPUSA Student Action Summit, and we'll be right back.
So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the light, into the light. young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? Dressed in pink and blue just like a child, and in a yellow taxi turn to me and smile. We'll be there in just a while if you follow me. Stepping out into the night, into the light.
I heard you on the wireless back in 52, lying awake intently tuning in on you. If I was young, it didn't stop you coming through. They took the credit for your second symphony, rewritten by machine on new technology. And now I understand the problems you could see. I met your children. What did you tell them? Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star.
lying awake intently tuning in on you. If I was young, it didn't stop you coming through. They took the credit for your second symphony, rewritten by machine on new technology. And now I understand the problems you could see. I met your children. What did you tell them?
Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star.
Pictures came and broke your heart. And now we meet in an abandoned studio. We hear the playback and it seems so long ago. And you remember the jingles used to go. You were the first one. You were the last one.
Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star.
In my mind and in my car, we can't rewind, we've gone too far.
Well, I was enjoying the sounds of Video Killing a Radio Star, the Buggles, 1980 #1 hit in the UK, number 16 on the American charts. We are back live here at Turning Point USA Student Action Summit, Mike Church Show here on the Crusade Radio Network on a Saturday afternoon in Tampa Bay, Florida at the Convention Center, and joined by the Etiquette Lady once again. So, Etiquette Lady, so yesterday I said you have to come back and do more etiquette so that we could actually do some dining etiquette for our listeners.
Absolutely.
Okay, so can you...
Yes, so what would you like me to start with? We've got a beautiful presentation here, and we can talk about each item, how to lay a table. What would you like to know?
Let's start with the napkin.
The napkin
Yes.
etiquette? Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm supposed to have mine. Hold on.
Yes.
I have mine.
Do you know where it goes?
It goes this way.
Yes. Well done. The crease goes towards your tummy.
Okay.
It always goes towards your tummy. Did you know that, or did you just do that by accident?
No, I remember I took an etiquette class.
Okay.
So I learned that in the etiquette class.
Yes. Do you know why it's folded that way towards your tummy and not the other way around?
I do not.
It's so you can lift up the napkin. May I show you?
Yes.
When it's on your tummy, you can lift it up and you open up in between and you dab. You never rub.
You dab.
It's not a shower.
It's a dab, love. It's a dab.
It's not a washcloth.
It's
like
not
you
a
take
washcloth.
A shower. But you dab gently. Don't rub. And then the crumbs you see are hidden discreetly inside the napkin.
Oh, then you put it back
Back on your lap.
back on my lap, and now I have hidden crumbs that nobody can see.
See, and you're still a gentleman, and you're dressed very smart, by the way, very dapper gentleman.
Thank you very much.
I say so myself. And can I just mention the background?
Yes.
I love the background. Are you a Tarzan fan?
No, this is the Bayou. This is Louisiana.
Oh, is it?
This is Louisiana.
Oh, okay, because I'm a big Tarzan fan.
Okay.
So I feel right at home.
You would feel right at home.
Having a picnic.
It's a Cajun jungle, if you will.
Picnic in the jungle. So, do you know what to do with the napkin if you are to get up from your seat and go to the gentleman's?
I am to leave it on the plate.
On the no.
No, I'm to leave it on my chair.
Yes, that would be an etiquette faux pas. if
An
you left
etiquette
it on
faux pas would mean that I left it in the wrong place.
Yes, on
So
your plate. You never want to put a dirty napkin on the table when other people are still dining and you haven't finished your meal. The
Okay.
meal hasn't even started yet, so we do this right at the beginning. We put the napkin on the lap before we even our beverage arrives. That's the
Oh.
first thing we do when we sit down.
Okay.
When we go to the restroom, it goes on
We
the
pick
chair.
it up. You pick it up, put it on the chair.
Goes on the chair, and it stays on the chair until you get back. that way, it silently indicates to the service staff that you have not finished your meal,
Yes.
and you will be returning to your seat.
Okay.
And because it's soiled inside, if you have used your napkin,
Yes.
you're not going to dirty the chair, you see.
Okay.
So there's a reason for everything. The napkin always goes on the left side. You can also have it in the middle if there's no plate there, charger. You can have it there like that.
Okay.
No food. Actually, it can go on top of a charger, I beg your pardon. You have a charger is a plate that goes underneath.
Oh, a Charger is a car. It's an American automobile.
Yeah, it's not one of those.
It's amazing how we got we got a Charger car, and we have a Charger that goes under. That's the color thing that the ceramic plate sits on top of it.
Yes, so it's called a charger, also a service plate. So
service plate.
It can go on top, but you never want to put the napkin on a soiled plate.
Okay.
This is the bread plate. It always goes on the right side. Beverages go on the right side. Smaller glasses are in front, or a long, thin stemmed glass. This is a champagne.
So can we
flute.
lift this up and show the?
Yes. Now, where do you think? Let me pass it to you. Where do you think you would hold the glass?
I believe I'm supposed to hold it by the stem.
Absolutely. And there is a reason for it. Do you know the reason?
I do not know the reason, but I'm supposed to hold it by the stem.
Well, the stem, it was designed to be held by the stem, and it's so you don't warm and change the temperature of the wine.
Now that is genius there.
Yes, and the other reason is so you don't leave hideous finger marks all over the crystal. Okay, and I'll give you a little tip. A lot of people don't know this. This is a lady etiquette tip.
Okay.
If you hold your little finger underneath the glass when you are socializing, networking, perhaps you might be in the VIP room later, meeting your friends, hold your little finger underneath and you will have more stability when you're moving around the room, okay? And if you hold it towards the bottom of the stem,
okay,
it will look more elegant than towards the top.
Okay.
All these little details.
You see, and then I usually tell my children, no, it's proper etiquette to hold your pinkies up. And they go, Dad, stop doing it. You're embarrassing.
No, pinky, I don't. You know, it's funny because when I moved to America, I heard a lot about the pinky finger. And we don't stick our fingers up at anybody.
No, we don't.
It's deemed rude, and I can tell you a funny story where it came from because I've never seen it in England, but I did research about it, and it goes right back to the very first teacups that came to England from China. They did not have handles because all the tea came from China, so we were given the Chinese teacups with no handle. And because the English they felt a bit awkward, they weren't used to these tiny teacups and they were frightened of being burned, they would lift their finger up, you know, because it was a bit more fragile, the small finger, to balance, you know, the teacups. But as soon as the handle was invented, the little finger was never seen again. So.
Imagine that, the invention of the handle. Who knew that a handle was invented? Okay, so
yes,
we've done the glassware.
Absolutely. Bread plate.
Bread plate.
So the knife is never facing this way because you never want to face the blade towards your guest. It can be seen as a threat.
Oh, so if you flip that joker over and you're having dinner with Vladimir Putin, that means
yes,
or you're having dinner with a mob boss and the knife is faced the other way, that means it's going to be, could be on the menu.
All hell could break loose,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So it's always facing round this way, and you have to have it I call it the rule of the thumb rule. When you're laying the table, you put your thumb like this to check. So they're lined up evenly.
Yes.
And elegant. You work from the outside in. You know what this spoon is, don't you?
That is a soup spoon.
Absolutely. And remember the ship that sails out to sea?
Sails back to me.
Sails back to me.
The ship that sails to sea sails back to me.
And I'm left-handed, so I would hold it this way. But yes, and you always drink from the side when you drink the.
Never shoveling in this way.
No.
It's always to the side.
You want to enjoy it from the side, never the front, or you don't shovel.
So let me test.
Sip rather, not drink.
So let me test the spoon. Okay, so the ship sails out to sea and sails back to me.
Yes.
And it's always
and you never want to blow. Remember the
And there's
blow
no.
horn?
That's no.
You just wait and be patient.
And there's no leaning over towards your bowl, I was told as well. Is
No.
that correct?
No, you want to bring the food to you. The food to you. You don't want to be.
So you're supposed to have posture when you're eating.
Yes, it's called deportment.
Deportment?
Not deporting illegal aliens, but it's deportment at the dining table.
Okay, folks,
Wait.
you're learning things here. So your posture at dinner while eating is called deportment, and this is part of
Yes,
etiquette.
It is. I wrote a book about it, The Art of a Feminine Lady. But I'm working on the gentleman next.
Okay.
And it's how we carry ourselves gracefully, our hands, gestures.
Okay, and now we're moved to the left side.
And we never want to gestures, for example. We never want to point our utensils at people and say, you're a naughty boy, or anything like that.
If you do that with a gun, that's called flagging someone. And it's very naughty to point a gun at someone, so
Yes.
same principle.
Do you know how to hold a knife and fork properly?
I think I do.
Let's have a look.
Okay, so I'm right-handed, so
That's it, right by the blade. You might be a bit closer. You go right to the top of the blade. You were there. You were
Okay.
right there. That's right.
so this is
Yep.
the proper way to hold. I also learned this at the etiquette class because
Yes.
a lot of Americans do this or this.
Yes.
So there's a reason that this is bigger and smooth is for your finger to go where, right? And then
Absolutely.
there's a reason there's a little nook in the back of the blade of the fork. Am I right? And so your finger fits perfectly right
yes,
here.
it's all designed for that reason.
And imagine
Yes.
this, that all the thought that went into cutlery.
Well, there is a great history with it. Cardinal Louis, he had many enemies, and once upon a time they had bigger blades, and they used to the first knives they used for hunting animals. So
Right.
they didn't have good manners back in the day, and they would use the same weapons that they used for the animals to eat their dinner, and they were bloody weapons, and it became more elegant as time went by. But Cardinal Rishi, the story goes, the blades were filed down because he was frightened of somebody lunging over the table at him. and for this reason, also King Louis XIV and Cardinal Louis, they had a lot of enemies, so they made it. This is why the French, when they are dining, there is an etiquette rule that the hands are always seen.
So your hands never go below the table.
No, the hands can never go below the table because they would be in fear for their life that there was somebody that was going to murder them, you see, and brandish suddenly a weapon. at the
Okay,
dining table.
and then the second fork is...
Yes, but can I just tell you something interesting? The English,
Yes.
we didn't have that rule because I guess we were just too polite and accepting of people, and we didn't think ill of them. But we have our arms on show and also down below.
Okay.
So it's not a rule with the English.
Okay.
We're too civilized, you see.
I watched Lord Christopher Monkton eat eggs over easy with a knife and a fork, and six slices of bacon. And I said, I can't believe you. And he perfectly cut his orange out, the flesh of the orange out.
Yes.
And I said, you did all that without with a knife and a fork. And he goes, oh, you don't want to be touching your food.
No.
You never touch your food.
No, but it's perfectly acceptable to pick up bacon with your hands. You may.
Okay, he didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
It is an etiquette, classic etiquette rule.
Okay,
Pick up
lady
bacon.
etiquette.
As long as it hasn't got sauce over it. If anything's got sauce over it, then you must use a knife and fork.
Okay, so we have the second fork. So the first fork on the outside would be the salad fork, if you have a salad. The second would be the dinner fork on the inside.
Yes, you always work from the outside in. Oh, this was put back on.
Right.
There we go. Let's have it proper here. And rule of the thumb here. Make sure they're lined up. And a good way to remember the soup spoon with the dessert spoon, when you're laying the table, you have to imagine that it's a fish going around like this, swimming around.
Okay.
So if a fish was swimming around, it would be positioned like this, you see. And that's why the handle is this way.
Oh, I got
the
it.
head is this way.
Okay, so we're finished with the meal. Now we move on to dessert.
Yes.
And now we have the dessert spoon.
Yes. dessert spoon at the top.
And
you can have a fork there. We couldn't find a fork today, but the fork would go, again, imagine swimming round, the fork would be placed this way.
Okay, because it came from the fork side.
Yes, but it would be a smaller fork than this one. This is a dinner fork.
Oh, interesting. So if it came from the spoon side, it faces that way, like the fish. If it came from the fork side, it faces that way.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. And then, okay, so now the meal, we did our we did our meal, we've done our dessert, everything is finished. Now we're finished eating. Now tell everyone, what do you do the final step with the napkin?
The napkin, great question. So you have to wait until everybody's finished, not just you. You have to think of, because etiquette, it is about self-respect, but it's most importantly about respecting other people. So wait till everybody's finished, and then the napkin goes back on the left side, always on the left, never the right. And you don't have to refold it, you just place it back on the table.
And now the meal is completed?
Yes, and then you have to ask maybe for the check. You don't want to be putting up your hands or shouting at the waitress or clicking your fingers.
Llama.
You never make gestures. That's really not frowned upon.
I hate people that do that, by
And
the
a
way.
lot of people do that, yes. And
Yeah,
no need for it.
no snapping. You're not snapping at me.
None of this with one hand up. All you have to do is make eye contact, because they will be looking at you. They will be, anticipating your needs if they're a good
server.
Yes.
Yes.
And make eye contact, smile, and just let them know you're ready, and bow your head politely.
Okay, and then we can get so we have the video here. We can actually get this from you in the book, Lady Etiquette.
Actually, I haven't written a book about dining etiquette yet. It is
This
on
is
my
your
list.
first video?
No, I haven't. No, I did do it on a local TV show once.
Okay.
But no, my book is all about deportment, how we carry ourselves gracefully, walking, sitting, graceful hands, and it does have etiquette in there. There's social media etiquette, networking. There's a whole chapter about perfume because it's for ladies, and charm.
Charm.
Which you have a lot of, by the way.
Well, thank you very much. I try to be charming. Okay, so I need to wrap this up. Where can people find Lady Etiquette?
I can be found at ladyetiquette.com, and I'm also the founder of Classy Conservatives, because we keep it classy and not nasty.
Classy Conservatives?
Yes. And I would like to mention we have a petition to protect children from obscenity.
That's a good petition.
That the Pride events bring in the state of Florida. And, I've observed as an etiquette consultant that, these Pride events do not have any social standards. And, if you think about it, you have to drink alcohol. If you want a glass of wine or smoke a cigarette, you have to be 21. If you go into an adult entertainment store, it's 21. A strip club's 21. So why are we not protecting children? These places have better standards and are a cleaner environment because they have standards to protect children from obscenity.
They should.
So it needs to be cleaned up and reformed, and that's why I founded Classy Conservatives.
It's illegal in the state of Louisiana. And there are lawsuits that are now proceeding because they weren't checking IDs. It's a law now. A parent can bring a lawsuit against a pornography company if their child is exposed and under the age, and they didn't have a legal identification verification system. They would be sued. You know what Pornhub did and the other porn promoters? They pulled out of Louisiana. You can't get it anymore.
Oh,
That's how you beat them.
Yes.
That's how you beat the obscenity. I've always said that the obscenity laws need to be enforced, and you won't have Pride events.
Yes, they do often break, because I have observed they're breaking the Florida obscenity law for the protection of minors, which is BDSM, bestiality, all that nasty stuff. And they often do that, and because they keep creeping all this stuff in, the queer, they do it in a creepy way where suddenly, people are desensitized, and we end up like San Francisco with naked people walking down the street.
Yes.
It's coming if we don't do something about it.
Well, I think that something is being done about it. I want to thank the Lady Etiquette for coming by for a second day.
Thank you so much for having me on. My favorite show.
Thank you. We have 2 videos now here, Lady Etiquette. You can find them both on YouTube. It's youtube.com/@RealKingDude. we're going to send you back to the studio, and I think we have how many, one or two interviews left to do for this day that is Saturday here. Mike Church Show here with you. We need to fill that thing up with something that actually is supposed to go in it, like in about 20 seconds. That needs to happen here live from the Student Action Summit here on the Crusade Radio Network.
The mist across the window hides the light, but nothing hides the color of the lights that shine. Electricity so fine, look and dry your eyes. So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Stepping out into the night, into the Stepping out into the night, into the light. We are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You can dress in pink and blue just like a child, and in a yellow taxi turn to me and smile. We'll be there in just a while if you follow me. Stepping out into the night, into the light. You may stepping out into the night.
All right, back live here at Turning Point USA Student Action Summit, Mike Church Show here on the Crusade Radio Network. And we're wrapping up our Saturday program, if you will, our Saturday flight of interviews. And you can find all of them if you missed any of the previous interviews. They're all online on the YouTube channel. We will have all the media after the conclusion of the show. You'll be able to find all of it at crusadechannel.com, on the Rumble channel. Search for Mike Church Show, and on the Crusade channel, and search for the Crusade Radio Network on YouTube. So our final guest of the day is F. Scott Yeager. What does the F stand for?
Francis.
I'm sorry. What does the F stand for?
The F stands for Francis.
Francis. But obviously you want to go by Scott.
Yes.
Where it's almost like F. Scott Fitzgerald, F. Scott, F. Murray Abraham.
Yeah, it's because the University of Texas required you to have a middle name and a first name, and I go by Scott. So if I didn't put the F, then I wouldn't have been able to fill out for my test.
You went to UT?
Yes, University of Texas.
Did you? Did you get a degree in law?
No, actually, I got a degree in biology.
Biology. That's one of the hardest of the sciences. My daughter, she got a degree in biology from Southeast Louisiana University, and for the most part, she said it was not hard. Chemistry almost killed her.
Yes, chemistry and physics.
Chemistry almost nuked the whole program. She was going to quit. So, in any event, it's great to see you and to have you on the program, because I want people to know about IOWN.me. What is this? What have you done, and what do you want people to do? Because this is like a revolution. It's almost like a counter-digital revolution.
Well, so the premise is I own me in the physical world, and that's common sense. Everybody knows what inalienable rights are, especially around here. So my premise was, if I own me in the physical world, I should own me in the digital world.
Right.
We've signed away ourselves through signing up for Google, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok without realizing it. And we've more or less given away a copy of our digital self, and we don't control it, nor do we own it. So I filed a patent and received one that said that people have title, and I use the word title because that's property. And so my property is my digital self, and I can assign a unique number to all of my digital assets, and therefore I can own all of my distributed digital identity, because we exist in our banking system, exist in Amazon, we exist in Google, Facebook, and Instagram and TikTok and so on.
So I would go then to IOWN.me and register me.
Yes, you would declare.
I would declare me, that's my title.
Yes, and you would get your title. You'd be independently validated that you are who you say you are. And then from there, you would get a unique identifier number to prove that, so that you have chain of custody to go to court later and say, on Wednesday at 2:23 p.m., I declare to own me, and I can prove it. And then that unique identifier number can be put with all of your other digital assets, and so you have your digital past and your digital future. So you would attach it to your digital past, and then you can start monetizing that in a way that's separate from what you've already given away to Facebook.
So how does that work? Okay, how does that work? So is Facebook going to recognize that IOWN.me, that I went and registered Mike Church, or however whatever my passport says, and then I get my number? Is Facebook going to recognize that?
Not now.
Okay,
maybe never. So the way we look at it is, you are taking control of your digital self. And now in this age of everybody being more or less an influencer, you would be able to generate net new content, either out of your old content or brand new, and then you would publish it with those unique identifiers. And then someday maybe the big guys will, but I kind of doubt it. Incumbents never change, in my experience. And so this is about people just taking control and separating, just like the United States, the Declaration of Independence,
right.
We separated from England. So it's like I'm separating from the big guys, and I'm going to run my own life. and you treat it like a business, your digital identity is like a business, because it is.
So how, you said that you can start monetizing it. How do I monetize me?
Yes.
Now, they're monetizing me by directing ads that are charging people to display to me, right?
Right.
I don't get a cut of me being shown to the advertisers, and I bought Facebook ads, and they work because they know they've tracked you your whole life or your entire digital life.
Right.
So how do I monetize? How am I monetizing me?
So that's a net new way. So, for instance, NIL athletes, name, image, and likeness athletes, if they're posting their stuff on YouTube and Facebook, they don't get hardly anything or nothing if they don't have advertisements.
True.
So what you would do is you would make a clip of the content that you want, and put it on the social media, and then you would drive people to your private network, which is your community of trust. And so, for instance, you could have a community of trust for your station, and all your guests could be on it, and then they would own that content, but you would own the umbrella, and then from there, people would be able to watch that, and you could now charge pay-per-view, you could charge subscription, or have ad revenue for yourself, though. And the money goes to you, not to the big guys.
So this is where I was talking with the guy who's with Rumble, and we're talking about getting the Mike Churchill on Rumble, getting it seen. It's already on there, but no one can see it because I don't have enough followers, even though I've been at it for 34 years. And I was telling him, like, do you think you honestly think that I want ABC Inc. to get a dime from me? I don't want to work for these guys. I'm told, well, if you're going to a radio station in 2025 and you're going to be an influencer and you're going to have a show and this and that and the other, you have to be on YouTube, you have to be on X, you have to be out there on the social media and all that. And of course, most people just dutifully do it, don't question. And for the last year, 16 months, we've done it. And we just made the decision, like, you know what, our business and our lives and our program and our community was so much better off when we were just a Crusade channel with our own private chat. And if you weren't a paid subscriber, you couldn't listen to the Mike Church Show. You could only get a preview after the fact, a clip, if you will. And that model, the community was larger, it was more active. There were a lot of conversions to the faith, for example. We saved some people's houses from being foreclosed upon, just a couple of examples there. But there were more people, more activity, and that's because it was in our domain. Right. And when we gave it away to broadcast was the idea, and I still think it was a good thing to try. Now that I've done it, I would tell everyone, do this. Set your own network up. You own it. You give them a little bit of your content, but don't slave for these people.
Correct. That's our belief. And so it's hard because people want that reach. And in the old days, like with radio, like you were talking about, that was a broadcast medium. And so it went through the airwaves and it had tremendous reach. Whereas now with streaming, you've literally got to have an internet connection somewhere, and then you have to have the wireless local loop or whatever, so that as a result, you can broadcast, but the audience has to tune into that channel.
Right.
And so in our model, you would have the community of trust, and you would intentionally have people, and that's why it's an evangelist thing, migrate away from being controlled by the big guys who are absolutely changing the story that you hear and the message that you hear. So if you watch The Social Dilemma, the movie, if you watch The Creepy Line, there's a lot out there about how bad it is, especially for teenagers and young people who are being negatively influenced, and they don't even realize it, by the content that's being spewed at them from the AIs that are driving these platforms. So in the community of trust model, you would go into that environment and only listen to that. And then you do need an economic model of either it's free because you're going to get advertisers, or you're going to have pay-per-view or subscription.
And subscription, I think you can do a combo of the two.
Right.
You can do some kind of a sponsorship base, which is the model that we have. Some sponsorship, but primarily what's driving it is a subscriber, and then the donation model. But this is interesting. So, folks, you need to go to iown.me and then own you, and then get your. And so this is your number.
Yes, that's my phone number.
Okay, but your own.
Oh no, I have a different unique identifier called
your unique identifier. So you call it a UI?
Well, it's actually a declaration certificate, so I call it my DEC cert.
And that's is that what the patent is on?
Well, the patent is on the premise that people have title to own, control, and monetize their digital self, and that they are in charge of all that data. That's what the patent's on. You get the right to use that patent when you get a declaration certificate, and that's part of your legal provenance that lets you go protect yourself later on. The last thing to remember, though, is it's not just for the content originator, it's for the consumers. And now the consumers in a community of trust can participate financially as well. And that's a different model than what most people are thinking about.
How is that? How does the consumer participate?
So if I was a famous person and I had an audience, I might have an event, and everybody that came to it, if I got a sponsor, they could get, say, maybe discounts on the product or get product. But I could choose, as the community trust owner, to share revenues. And so I could actually pay you for your time and attention because you're actually coming to me. Now, as an advertiser, would be able to say, well, wait a minute, those are real eyeballs. They're registered people that are legitimately who they say they are. Their demographic is correct. And most people don't realize that over 50% of the content on the internet is fraudulent, at least 50%. So the eyeball is not real, whereas in this case, the eyeball is real, or the listener is real, and so the advertiser should be willing to pay for that, and you could share that revenue back with the consumers.
Okay, so now, how much is, if someone goes to iown.me and they go to claim their title, how much is that going to cost them?
Right now, it's $300 for one time for the declaration certificate and $125, so $425 bundle, and you get the right to have an application where you can have an NIL license on your phone, and then you can go out here and somebody can want to use your name, image, and likeness for a weekend or a day or a month, and you can have a transaction. So it's a microtransaction engine tied to your DEC cert and your unique identifier. And that's step one on how to monetize yourself very simply.
And all this is explained on the site?
Yes, we have videos, and you can go there and just follow the steps. You can even get one for your child if they're under 18. And so then you can, if you have athletes that are young or musicians or whatever, they can get their DEC cert before they're 18, and then they can start tracking their digital self and all their assets they're creating, and then when they're 18, they can turn it over. With all the high school athletes that are going to NIL in college, it's kind of a big deal because then they would already have title to all of their content from when they're in high school.
So imagine that. You're basically then kind of creating Michael Jordan's.
Yes.
Like his mother created the model and told Nike, no,
Yes.
we're not doing that. No. He wants his own shoe. I want Michael to have his own shoe, and you're giving us a rev share. And of course, Nike went, what? There's no such thing. No, we're just gonna pay him $20,000 or $200,000. And Mrs. Jordan was like, that's not gonna work. We're not gonna do that. We'll go talk. We'll go back to the Krauts. We'll go to the Germans. We're gonna talk to the Adidas people. They're willing to pay us. And Nike went, and they'll listen to us. They'll give us the rev share. And that's probably pretty common now. Although there's only a few Jordans.
Right.
You only have a few Airs out there. I mean, it's not like Charles Barkley doesn't have a line. Now, right. And I'm pretty sure that the TW line, the Tiger Woods line, I'm sure Tiger got a I own me. You can use my name, Phil Knight,
right?
The guy that started Nike, right? You can use my name, and I'll wear the clothes and stuff, but I get a cut.
Yes.
That's what you're doing here, basically.
Yeah, well, what we're doing is pushing it down market where almost anybody can do it. Well,
Right.
literally anybody can do it. Now, they're not going to have the same clout, obviously, but even
Well,
like
of course not, but they know that.
But a musician who puts on, I don't know if you know this, if you get a million, I don't know the real numbers, but if you get 1 million views or listens on, the big streaming music channel, you might get a check for $100. But if you had 1,000 people buy your CD for $10, that's $10,000. So you could get a disproportionately large revenue number for a relatively small audience in this model that they wouldn't be able to otherwise. And that actually helps the small guys grow their revenues and grow their business.
There is a book out. It sounds like you read it. It's called Snow Leopard, and it's about becoming a pirate. Arrgh. You want to own your category. You're a category owner. Almost everyone here is an aggregator.
Right.
They're aggregating other people's content, repackaging, and putting their little 2 sentences or 2 cents worth in, and then posting it up and then gaining followers, but they're using other people's content to do it, right? A snow leopard, a pirate, a category pirate owns the category. Like, they're all talking about what Tucker did last night. He's a category pirate. He owns that category now that he did whatever he did on his stage last night.
Right.
Now you're the owner. Now when people go like, oh, you mean somebody that goes to a convention and turns the apple cart upside down and pisses everybody off? Well, yeah, that Tucker Carlson guy. That's not what he's known for. So on that level, and the Snow Leopard guys, they encourage this, and so do I. So when young people came by and asked me for advice earlier today, I told them, don't sell out. Do not take the deal. Whatever you do, don't take the deal. You can sell 100 copies of your own stuff and you'll make more and you'll own it than you will by signing a contract and getting an advance from a book publisher. Publish your own book. Even if you only sell 500 copies, you made more than you ever would have, and now that book company owns your title, and they may stop publishing it.
Forever,
you may not
right.
be able to ever get it back from them.
Exactly.
Don't do it.
No, that's exactly right, and that's why we feel like this is a grassroots movement, and it's very consistent, obviously, with what's going on here with all the youth that are trying to say, look, I'm going to start being more aware, I'm going to be more politically involved.
Right.
And people are taking responsibility for themselves, and this is another aspect of that. We think it's a life skill, just like reading would be a life skill when you were growing up. We think it's a life skill to manage your digital self.
I think that this is. It's common sense. This is a common sense solution to a huge problem. And again, you solved the problem. Mike Lindell solved the sleeping problem, right? Elon solved the electric car charging problem. Him and Thiel solved the payment processor problem. You're trying to solve a problem here, and it is a problem. I think your biggest challenge is making people aware that they have a problem.
Yes, there's a lot of that, but some of these movies are really helping. And then, there's a lot of legislation going on now because of the way that the youth are being impacted by this garbage that's being spewed at them.
Oh, it's terrible.
And so as a result, I think a lot of parents are becoming more aware, but I think a lot of youth are becoming more aware of it too.
Okay, so folks, go to iown.me and look up Scott Yeager. Actually, you won't find him. Are you on the videos?
I'm actually, no, there might be one or two. I don't think so. They're like, narrated videos, that kind of thing. But they explain everything.
Okay, so now after I go and register my name, then you need to become an advertiser on the Mike Church Show, and then we'll use your unique identifier, and then I will start my community because I have a couple thousand subscribers, and we bring my community in to the UL or to the UI, and then because we can actually do it, we actually have it's already set up almost.
Yes.
So
you already are more or less a community of trust. It's
right.
just that the legal framework says we're all going to abide by these rules. We're going to follow the laws of the jurisdiction we're in, which is crazy, right? Follow the law. And it's an online jurisdiction, and we're going to also have minimum cybersecurity and privacy standards. So it's a pretty straightforward way. It's a legal overlay on top of the internet that allows you to build a parallel universe out of this, because we have an interconnection agreement so that different companies can interconnect and share data and information and money between each other, and that's how the original internet got going. I was involved with getting the original commercial internet going, and it started with 5 companies interconnecting at May East in Washington, D.C., Tyson's Corner. It's the same notion, we just overlaying a different higher level of commitment legally by saying I own me and everybody else does too.
I love it. Scott Yeager, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Oh, absolutely. So, folks, I'm going to send it back to the studio for just a minute. Then we got one more interview that we're going to do, and then we're going to call it a day here on a Saturday. Mike Church here live at the Crusade Radio Network. Mike Church Show at Turning Point USA Student Action Summit. Okay, so that was a quick break, and we are back here live now with Commander Jay Furman, who is running for the United States Congress, U.S. House of Representatives, as I like to call it, Texas 28. Jay and I actually met last June at the People's Convention in Detroit, and you actually successfully took on Henry Cuellar. You came within, what, 5 points of beating him?
5 points, five ill-gotten points from their side. There's a whole story there, but yes.
So what do you mean ill-gotten?
Well, so our margin of defeat is actually found in the cheat that we found in Henry Cuellar's home county, Webb County, Texas. We challenged the result of the election, Mike.
Did you?
And
you know what I did? I saw the story. We covered it. Covered it.
Yes, sir. And so it's incredible. People didn't see my name on the yes ballot, and that was just the beginning of the fraud that was perpetuated. We have many affidavits, hundreds sworn statements that attest they didn't see my name on the ballot. So we attempted to recount the entire election result, and the story could be its own novel.
So this will happen in 2026.
That's correct.
So you're out campaigning now, grassrooting basically.
Yes, sir.
So does the RNC? I mean, you were the RNC candidate. You were the Republican candidate.
I was a GOP nominee.
Okay. So I would assume then you'll have the backing of the RNC again. And that's probably a seat that they have it listed as a flip.
Well,
possibility.
They have the NRCC has targeted Texas 28. It's an R+2 now. There may be redistricting happening this month in Texas. We'll see. So that value could increase or not. Either way, we are far favored to win. The grassroots thing, as you mentioned, is up at full tilt, and our internal polling looks really good, Mike.
So if we learned anything from 2020 to 2024, first of all, don't ever take them for granted. They're cheaters. They cheat. They don't take anything for granted. And number two, you got to have, I don't think the Democrat Party, I think at one time they had a ground game that was superior to the GOP's. I think the GOP, because the Trumps don't do anything half-a, what. I think that the GOP now is probably running one of the greatest ground games in political history.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And look, we didn't have any backing from Washington last time, and we got the result that we did because the grassroots. So, come out of nowhere, candidate retired from the Navy, come home to find my state broken, looking like some of the worst borders I've served on, and I couldn't put down my pack. So we leaned right into it. A reluctant candidate, I'll say, because, I've served in D.C. twice, and I understand how infested it is. But when I encountered the border and saw what I did, I realized, well, the balance of power, the big lever point is the House. And that's really where our money and power have been, stolen from the people. And we need to reflip that equation and put the people back on top as the sovereign and knock the elites off and quit the cabal of the special interest status quo party.
So let me ask you, I'm going to ask you a straight up policy question. Term limit amendment, yes or no?
So I signed the U.S. term limits declaration, very early in my last campaign. I completely agree with it in theory. Of course, we need to have good people in there to affect that. And there's an argument that, a state's convention, sort of type argument that it could be turned against us. And so it's something that would have to be taken on very carefully if we did that. But look, should we really have 30-year folks up there that are really just, pillars to themselves? And whoever backs them and kind of they're divorced from the people. I can think of several off the top of my head that really don't represent their constituents anymore. Henry Cuellar is a prime example. At 21 years in the office, and really we're not better for it in South Texas at all. He parades as being a conservative Democrat, yet he is voted 95% with the Biden administration legislative policy. So that's a great example of how it divorced the representatives, and I love that term you used, have become from the represented.
Right. Well, okay. So let me back up here, and I'm going to drill down on. I'm going to try to pin you down on that.
Good.
I'm going to make the argument because Tim Burchett already has HR 3. He's been filed 2025. That is the term limits amendment. It's one paragraph. Congress passes it. Trump doesn't even have to sign it. It goes to the states. Shouldn't we leave the choice of term amendments if we're going to run around and say we the people and all this stuff and government of the people, by the people, for the people?
Right.
Well, then they ought to be able to go through their state legislatures and have a say on whether or not we want term limits or not. So I'm just asking, should Congress pass this thing? If Jay Furman is in the House of Representatives and HR 3 comes up in 2028 and you get a chance to vote, or 2026,
sure,
you get a chance to vote yay or nay, to send the amendment to the states, no guarantee it gets ratified.
Right.
But you're writing the amendment. You write the clause. It's one paragraph long. 4 terms in the House, 2 in the Senate, and a partial term counts as a term.
Yeah. Well, so listen, we have to do something to change
Okay.
the balance of power politics. Mr. Smith cannot get to Congress anymore. The obstacles to entry are insurmountable with the campaign finance as it is right now.
Yep.
Our entire electoral process really keeps people like me out, and it's really hard to refresh good candidates in those situations. Look, I didn't really start fundraising until the last part of my candidacy. I was learning as I went, but so I did the dial for dollars in the last quarter, and it really, it rang home to me how beholden people become to donors because it's so expensive to run a campaign. Why can't we make this thing simpler in many ways? So U.S. term limits, that vote, that'd be great, and I'm in full support. My name is still on that petition, and so it's a vote, but we have to be careful because there are pitfalls that can be used against us. So we have to do campaign finance reform, we have to do U.S. term limits, and we have to do everything we can in order to refresh and repeat as it was meant to constitutionally have new representative blood in there all the time to stay on top of it. But for this, and here's I think this is the big this is the sine qua non of the issue, and we're not talking about it. That is, we've given too much money and power or too much procedural stuff to the federal government.
Yes.
It's doing far more, and a man or woman in a 2-year term cannot figure out which way is heads up when bills show up, phone book thick, earmarked all the way through, and they're supposed to vote on it the day before. So that is a lunacy way to run a government, and those things to me are downvoted just on principle until we figure out individual issue votes, and we also pare down. The U.S. government should only be doing, the federal government should only be doing defense, foreign affairs, interstate commerce, full stop. And we're a system that is really a 50-state system, and we've forgotten that. And so we also have to pare that back so the job can actually be done and done effectively.
Well, look, you're talking to an American history nut, an amateur. Actually, I'm a semi-pro historian. I've written a couple of movies, and I've directed them, and I've done a fair share of coverage of American history and study of it. As a matter of fact, you mentioned the Convention of the States. I'm opposed to the COS. Their structure is wrong. But the Balanced Budget Amendment Foundation, they had a convention in 2017 in Arizona, 300-page report, and the whole thing lays out, here is the process for the BBA. We need 6 more states. 6 more states to call for the convention. It's going to happen. The most extraordinary thing happened the other day, and I think I'm the only person that caught it and covered it. I was thrilled about it. Governor of this state, Ron DeSantis, said, if Elon Musk wants to spend all this money, I have some suggestions. One of them is, why don't you put your money into getting behind a balanced budget amendment convention, an Article 5 amendment convention? And I'm with you, Jay. I'm with you on you could have a runaway convention, as they say. My response to that is this. If they come out with the Pelosi amendment that everyone becomes Californians and you're a communist and then you get dual citizenship in California in the United States, 36 states still have to ratify it.
Yes.
Phyllis Schlafly defeated the Equal Rights Amendment. There still has to be ratified. They can come out with all the pinko commie amendments they want. They can form a whole new government in an Article 5. I agree with you. There's no technical way because the founders left us nothing other than a paragraph in Article 5.
Right.
That's all you have. The knowledge that we have is from the ratification debates and the Federalist Papers and what was said around the time when the founders and framers were still alive, that the intent was for amendments, not for a new government. Because the historical fact that most people don't know, and that's just because this is just an arcane fact of history, is that it wasn't called the Constitutional Convention of 1787. It was called the Federal Convention of 1787. There were 13 states that reported, that sent delegates, and they all had commissions. I challenge you, Jay Furman, and anyone else out there that wants to run for a federal office, read the commissions of the delegates to the convention.
Okay.
They were there to amend the Articles of Confederation, but they came out with a constitution, and people are like, dude, we sent you there to write amendments. What is this thing? So it's a great story of American history most people don't know. And the reason that I say you will be a more rounded American, a member of the House of Representatives if anyone, not just you, I'm not picking on you, if anyone knew the real history of the story of, okay, why do we have a House of Representatives? Why they limited to 2 years? Why?
Right.
There are actually really, really good, very sound, wise reasons for almost all of that in the Constitution. I would change some of the things, right? And you would change some of the things, but we're not founding fathers. But I agree with you. Something has to be done, and until that you can disconnect $6.5 trillion from that one capital sitting on one bank. I'm with a lot of my friends in Texas and the Texas nationalist movement. I want to keep separation on the table, if nothing more than a bargaining chip.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, 100%, and that's why it's on the every legislative cycle. It's there, and the petition is growing.
It's always there,
and it's a great bludgeon tool.
It is
because it's a true sentiment, and so as a Texan, I completely agree with that. And I tell you what, we start dickering with the thing too much, it could be a problem until we fix the top heavy problem. And I think this president, President Trump is the GOAT, if you will, the greatest of all time, 100%. He is a great man, anointed for this moment, and I am in full step with it. But I tell you what, we have very little time. We have a sprint in order to codify the great things he's doing. I use a football analogy, Mike. So it's as if, and all Americans need to keep their pack on working. It's as if he's caught the football on kickoff, and we have to score in this 15-month, very short time we have to save the country and to pull it back from the cliff we stopped from going off of. And we all have to get around him and do a block up the middle, wedge pattern, and get him over the goal line so we can not only codify it, but we can increase the majority in Congress and really move into this moment and bring us back to these things we're talking about. These are prosaic unless we actually have the horsepower behind them, and that's all about the balance power and the votes in Congress. This congressional district I'm running for is absolutely monumental. That it could be an earlier vote than even March or November of 2026, because there's a looming possible special election here. Henry Cuellar, the 21-year corrupt incumbent, is DOJ indicted, 14 counts. The indictment is absolutely damning. So he could be gone. He could be gone this fall. He could plea out this fall, and we'll do a snap special election, and we could put another vote, 2 effective votes, because he's gone and I'd be there, into the fall congressional session and the spring congressional session, helping the Speaker in his 3 more reconciliation bills he wants to do.
That's an amazing thing. I had to ask you, said that you served in Washington before,
yes,
when you were in the Navy. In the Navy. So, help me out with my ranking. My next door neighbor when I was a kid was growing up, and I love Mr. Femian. He was a lieutenant commander.
Got it.
Is he below?
No, that's one step over.
That's over you.
No. It goes lieutenant commander and then commander. Okay. So the equivalency, and it's confusing because the other forces, it's lieutenant colonel equivalent to the Air Force and the Army.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're a commander.
Commander is above lieutenant commander.
So what is above commander? Chief?
Captain.
Oh, captain.
Which is below in the other services, right? And, in truth, it's not above or below. We're all working for the nation's business, and, you have the officer cadre and the senior and the non-commissioned officer cadre and everybody that serves doing amazing things. And really, we are, in the Navy, we are job-specific and positional in our authority very often. So I could be, and like I was, the officer deck underway on a nuclear aircraft carrier at the time as a lieutenant in the Navy, which is equivalent to captain and the other things, to be totally confusing, and then a lieutenant commander at one point in that tour, but I was commanding the whole ship for 5 hours a day every day.
Oh.
It was a positional authority thing. My point is that America has a moment here. Everybody needs to step into this moment. Well, no matter what your rank is, it just tells, using my rank in this campaign.
I'm a boatswain's mate.
Oh, are you? That's outstanding. But it tells people a story.
Figurative boatswain's mate.
Oh, are you? Okay.
I wasn't in the Navy.
Oh, got it.
I was trying to start as low as I can.
I love boatswain's mates.
Okay.
I love every veteran. But, I tell you, it's really exciting, and the veterans, that are continuing to serve, and like me, I couldn't stop at this moment. And we need everybody to enlist in this fight right now, Mike, to get this ball across the goal line and get this midterm as a result so that we can right the ship.
Okay, I got a final question for Commander Jay Furman, who's running for Texas 28 against, we don't know if it'll be against Henry Cuellar. If the Injustice Department does its job, quite possibly it won't be Henry Cuellar. I have a friend, I have many friends that are in the service, many, dear friends. I have Marines that have sent me their battle swords. their dress sword. I'm like, dude, I don't want your sword. Don't stop sending me a sword.
Wow.
I have Navy SEALs that have sent me their tridents. I mean, I don't. Please stop sending me your. I don't. I want you to drive the trident in the casket. Heaven forfend you should ever have to do it. Don't give it to Mike Church. I have an enormous amount of respect for what I think made, and again, I'm a historian. What I think made the United States, what the United States military and armed forces and armed services, we should call it that, the armed forces, armed services, what made them the envy of the world since probably the Roman legion is the fact that we had an officer corps that was almost completely, other than there's entry level, right? But a high percentage of your officer corps was hereditary. Your dad was a captain in the Navy. Your dad was in the Army. The officer corps came from handed down. Like my good friend, I'm sure you know him, Colonel Rob Manus. Colonel Manus comes from Scottish people that came here in 1774. And his grandfather, 8 generations back, served under General Washington. My point being, our officer corps was generational. You know, I went to Annapolis. My son's going to go to Annapolis, or I went to Annapolis. My son went to West Point. And I have a friend. I have 2 officer friends that were kicked out because of COVID. They refused the jab. They refused it, and they're both patriots. They're great guys, great men. One's a major in the United States Marine Corps, and they kicked him out. And he was offered a re-enlistment from President Trump, and he said, "I turned it down." He said, "I'm not convinced that the officer corps is ever going to be what it was." And I don't want to put you on the spot because you're in a position of command. You commanded men. I tell my wife all the time, baby, you don't realize this is a serious thing to be commanding men in the military. You can order men to go somewhere where they're going to die. And we had an officer corps that was the envy of the world. Can we ever get that back?
Well, I tell you what, and I can really appreciate your comment. 5-generation military myself.
See, there you go.
I have 2 sons in the military.
See?
And so this really hits home, and it no more so than at the end of 21 when the vaccine mandate came out in August. I was a vaccine mandate whistleblower. I wrote a white paper that the 5-sided bill didn't want to hear about. It was leaked to Darren Beatty and on Revolver.news, went viral, and I found myself on Tucker as an active duty commander talking about really the logic of committing an entire force into an experimental group of medicine and risking flying airplanes and sailing ships to defend the nation. We didn't know the outcomes, and my life got very weird after that, you could say, and I was able to retire a day before they went after me for not getting the jab. And so, and half the force at that point when they mandated had chosen not to. It was their constitutional right, which was violated. I walked all over the Hill trying to blow that whistle, sent my affidavit, whistleblower report, written with 4 lawyers on how the secretary on down to the commander level had violated sailors, soldiers, Marines, airmen's rights. So I felt betrayed by an organization that was really, lock, stop, who I am. At the end of that, that's what's really spun into this story. I went to the border with a counter child sex trafficking crew to try to understand that problem. That turned into running Congress to try to fix the problem.
Got it.
Because security gets to come first. So to your officer corps question, I have great faith in our United States military and great faith in Americans in general. I think now that we've had some truth and reconciliation in this moment after that purge, and it was truly a purge.
It was.
That we are going to, we need to bring people back in, and as they realize what happened to them, and hold leaders accountable, significantly accountable, jail time, and if we don't do that, then we lose our validity as a nation, as a structure that works, and people stop buying into it. When they stop buying in, they get turned away, and they don't participate. As John Adams said, you have to have a moral, religious people, and you have to have people that participate in this government for it to work, for it to be that people at the top of the sovereign pyramid. So I think we can save it. I have, like I said, I have 2 serving sons. They're both in the officer corps, or 2B, and I know and have met their contemporaries, and this new tranche coming in are fantastic. The people that remain through COVID, I think there's a lot of deceit, and I have a lot of, I feel bad because there are some really bad outcomes out there that we've yet to see also.
Terrible.
And so, we actually experienced a biowarfare weapon deployed on the United States in a very insidious Trojan horse way. The same Trojan idea of a Trojan horse that was used through our border, an immigration problem that we've had forever. Turned out to be the inception point for the greatest insurgency into America in history. Worse than 1812 when they sailed up the Hudson. We had 25,000 come in as sheep hiding the wolves in this country, which we have to get on top of. So we need the officer corps in order to protect things going forward. And we actually, I'll end on this, we have not only insurgency, we have a defense of the homeland mandate right now.
I agree.
I encourage President Trump to declare war on this, use his war power acts, and from the Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, from the Insurrection Act of 1807, and the War Powers Resolution of 1973, all those support an invasion scenario that the president can act unilaterally to defend the nation. We have that right now, and it's the most insidious attack you can imagine, the most dangerous type. And why I ran is because I saw this happen overseas, and when I came home, I knew what the next chapter was. So unless we all come together as Americans, it doesn't matter your political stripes, to get our hands around on a mass deportation of Biden's illegals done smartly. President Trump has some cutouts on that, and that's fine if we wisely do it. The problem is the bad guys don't identify. They don't self-identify. So we have to, Tom Holman's doing a great job. We have to do this quickly for the saving of our country, because you don't worry about feeding your family or clothing them if someone's coming in to attack them. You defend first. Security always comes first, and we have to have an economy to do that. Economy and security, since the Barbary Wars and those pirates, we learned how essential both are, and in this moment, no less.
And I'll just end with this, and thank you, Jay, for coming by. It's jayfurman.com.
jayfurman.com works, or commanderfurman.com works. Yes, sir.
Okay. I encourage President Trump. I gave a speech at LPAC in 2014, probably the last American to give a speech on the letters of marque and reprisal. And I revisited that, and I said it. I'm like, I don't know if anyone in the White House listens to Mike Church. They probably don't. But let me just explain why you should do this. And actually, somebody did listen. I said, you should issue the letters of marque and have Congress issue the letters of marque and reprisal against the 6 cartels. And the reason that you should do that is, and that the president then should say, oh, okay, you're declaring them enemies. You should follow it up with an executive order, which he did, which is identifying those cartels as enemy combatants. Okay, now we have cleared a hurdle here. Now, Commie Karen Bass, if you coddle a member of one of those that has that we have declared war against and got a letter of marque and reprisal against, you are now in violation. You are an Article 3, Section 3 traitor. Now we have the federal authority, and I think this should happen. Go march in there and throw her in handcuffs. Tell the federal marshals, go get Michelle Wee, go get the mayor of Chicago, go arrest that governor of California, arrest them all. I don't care if the charges ever stick or not. This is a war. We have been invaded. It's worse than the invasion of 1812. Oh yeah. There are more cartel members here than there were British. There were British regulars and members of Her Majesty's of the HMS service in 1812. There are more of them that are here today than were here in 1812.
They're just the henchmen. There's way more traitors than that here.
This is the away team.
That's right. Not only the PLA but on deck, but we have China that's behind the Mexican cartel in large part. And so you have this cartel that's wrapped a weed around the entire country. Every city has them. And the jump point is from Mexico, so we have to do something about it really quick. And it's not them. I mean, the Iranians, all of the North Koreans, every enemy you can imagine came in that 4-year invitation, and they're here. So unless he declares war and is able to just mow over these illegal, countrywide mandates from district judges and every other mayor, as you said, that gets in the way. I call them traitors in that sense because he's trying to defend the homeland, and he has every right to do it. And we need to express that problem to people. We're in total war. China's perpetuating total war on this right now. Russia is infiltrated and has been down in Mexico for a long time. So people don't understand that the enemy's already among us. and they're under the wire. And if we don't get a hold of this, they're going to unwind us at all of our infrastructure points. They're going to unwind us on the criminality points. They're going to unwind. That's corruption and economy go hand in hand. Everywhere I've worked in the world, and it's true, and they track this sort of thing. So the more corruption, there's an indirect relationship with less GDP. And it goes commensurate.
Oh,
it's almost a 1-to-1 ratio.
So I was to say this, and I said that was going to be it.
Yeah, sorry.
But the final point on that isn't about with the cartels and what you can do with that. Is not only does the president becomes the commander in chief at that point,
right?
But there is you now have a new set of powers and laws. There's no court to go appeal to. When you're the commander in chief, you don't turn the battle plans over to the federal district judge. You don't have a say-so in it.
Nope.
At that point in time, anyone that gets in the way, anyone that obstructs, is actually violating. And and the final point that I was going to make, because I already made that point. Final point, they're quoting, because I saw Adam Schiff and I saw Ted Lieu quote the U.S. Code 212. I looked it up. Congress, in response to the War Powers Act in 1973 and 1996, they revisited, changed USC 212, and they added that you need to go call the governor of the state in order to call out the National Guard, basically. Here's the rub, though, Jay, Commander. This is the rub. Read the statute. They stopped at 2 because they never considered that a governor of an American state would tell the President of the United States no. Because if they had, you'd have clause 3. If an executive does not cooperate or the president has determined, then. There's no if and there's no then. So that tells me that Congress never considered that a Gavin Newsom could ever say no.
Look, the entire preamble to the U.S. Constitution is about defense.
Yes.
To keep the tranquility, to keep the posterity. I mean, we absolutely have to do this. We have to now. We have very little time to do it. We have to do it unapologetically. We could do this in 6 months. I have a 6-month plan, a carrot and stick plan. We PSA everybody, say, hey, look, Domicile, I'm sorry, America did this, we're going to own it right now. If you're a Biden invader, you have 3 months to report at a self-deportation facility. We'll ship you back to your home or a place if it's not safe. That's an agreed-to third country. Here's a plane ticket and a little something for your trouble, because that's a lot cheaper than what the burden they're going to put on us. And then if you don't show up, you've just self-identified as a lawbreaker and as a criminal, and we're going to come after you, and we're going to deport you to, Alligator Alcatraz or Gitmo, and make it painful in the way. And immediately, right then, you're on the forever denied list. Right now, it's 3 strikes and you're out.
Right.
Right. So you're on the immediately denied list, and you are on our blotter at that point. And that's how we shift the good from the bad very quickly, and then we restart the beautiful story of America's immigration, which is our secret sauce, Mike. It's a beautiful story in Texas, Mexico, but it's been poison-pilled by our enemies and the ones inside the gate, the last administration, and we absolutely have to then start that conga line at a U.S. consulate, at those other countries, maybe even surge skills that we need. We need these guys. It's going to be painful for everybody at first, but we have to go through this and rip off the Band-Aid to get this done to save the country.
Got it. He is Commander Jay Foreman, is running for U.S. Texas 28, and they can find you at jfurman.com or commanderfurman.com.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you, Mike.
Go get that seat from Henry Cuellar.
God bless you.
It's the people's. It's Texas 28. It's their seat.
It's their seat.
It's not Cuellar's. Well, go get it from them.
Aye, we'll do it.
Folks, we're going to send you back to the studio here. I want to thank Commander Furman for stopping by. Here's Mike Church live at the TPUSA Student Action Summit.
So tired of all the darkness in our lives, with no more angry words to say can come alive. Get into a car and drive to the other side. Are young but getting old before our time. We'll leave the TV and the radio behind. Don't you wonder what we'll find stepping out tonight? You
All right, we are back live here at Turning Point USA Student Action Summit here in the Tampa Bay Convention Center on a Saturday. Mike Church show here on the Crusade Radio Network. And now joined by Pamela Garfield Yeager, who has a new children's book. It's not out, it's coming out, and it's called Froggy Girl. Pamela, welcome. Tell me all about Froggy Girl. How are you?
I'm good. I'm rocking out to your music right now. I'm enjoying that.
So how have you enjoyed, you've been over there with the Human Events people most of the day. You've done interviews, haven't you?
I've done several interviews. I write for Human Events. I do their breaking op-ed articles. So that's why I am sitting at that table.
Okay. So tell me about the book Froggy Girl, because this is a very unique book. Comes out on July the 15th. Is that what you told me, right?
So that's next Tuesday. So I'm a licensed clinical social worker, licensed therapist, and I wrote this book informed by my clinical experience. And what it is just about self-acceptance. I've seen so many books out there about being born wrong. And this book teaches children to just accept themselves for how they're born, self-acceptance. It's about a little girl who wishes she was a frog. And everybody supports her froggy identity, but she still feels lonely and lost. And she goes on a little walk and she meets a wise turtle. And the wise turtle helps her recognize that she's a special little girl and to love herself how she is, born as a beautiful little girl.
Imagine that, a wise turtle. So
A wise turtle.
Okay, so let me find the wise turtle in the book.
He's a little further on.
Looking at these wonderful illustrations
And it rhymes.
here.
It rhymes. Oh, and the illustrations are by someone, it's called Detransitioner, a man who used to believe that he was a woman trapped in a man's body. There's your turtle. There
Okay,
he
there's
is.
the wise turtle, so everybody can see the wise turtle. Did we name the wise
He's
turtle?
so cute. I haven't named him. There aren't names. It's the girl and the turtle. I should really think about what I should name them. I don't know. Do you have a name?
No, I
Can
do
you
not.
think of one?
Well, every time
Help me.
every time I think of a turtle, I think of Mitch McConnell and Franklin the turtle. But I wouldn't want to curse anyone to be
No.
Franklin the turtle. He kind of looks like a Tommy to me, though.
Yeah, that's a cute name.
Yeah, you can see the wise turtle here. He kind of looks like a Tommy to me. Maybe he's Tommy the turtle. So it was in your course of dealing with children that were transitioning as a psychologist or as a social worker that you came across or conceived of the idea to write a book to help children to understand that it's okay to be different.
Exactly. So I was working at this clinic in California where half the girls were identifying as trans, and my colleagues were all affirming it. It was really shocking to me because I actually had just returned from a leave of absence due to a physical disability, and I was shocked. And then I ended up having to leave because of the COVID vaccine mandates. I chose not to do that, so I left my
good
profession.
for you. You're still alive.
I'm still alive. I made it. I made it through several winters of death.
Well, with the adults in the rooms that are saying yes to the children, this is nuts.
Yeah.
And you see this, but I think that there is not only are there wicked parents out there that are doing wicked things, but Hollywood is also doing their part to reinforce this. Because anytime someone in your profession, someone who's working as a social worker or a psychologist or whatever, they're yes people. Everything is yes. Well, no, you have to. No, I'm just here to listen. How many times have you seen a psychiatrist interview a fake one on The Sopranos or whatever? I'm not here to tell you what to do or give you any advice, even give you any advice. I'm here to listen to you, you wacko, and then I'm here to spend some psychotropic drugs to you, and then come back and pay me another $150 next week. That's nuts. If you look at what is the utility of the therapist on any television show or movie made in the last 20 years? They don't do anything.
Oh, that's drama for TV, right?
Right.
But in reality, what you're saying is true, and that's the broader issue. So we're talking about gender issues and affirming gender, but the problem with my profession, and I speak about this publicly a lot, is they're not just affirming gender, they're affirming a lot of things. In fact, if you look at substance abuse, harm reduction is a form of affirmation. We need to help them continue their substance abuse, give them their paraphernalia so that they don't do it worse. No, that doesn't actually help addicts. So there's a lot of, the culture of therapists is to make people feel good, and they say they want to give them a safe space. But they'll give them such a safe space that they'll allow them to do things that are self-harming.
Give them a safe space to die.
Yeah, in some cases, yes.
Well, and again, you know, it just seems to me, no, you have a really serious problem. And talking to me about it is not going to solve the problem. What I recommend that you do is, here, I am a therapist. My therapeutic advice is take 14 of these in 10 days and then come back. I just think that that's just such a cop-out. But it's portrayed on television in the movies that's how it is. And I'm like, that's not even a real thing. That's not even a real profession. Oh, so what, you're a bartender now? You used to be, the bartenders were the greatest psychologists in the world, right?
I was a bartender too, by the way.
You see, that's probably why.
It checks out.
So, I was a bartender too. Well, when I worked my way up in this business, I tended to bar for 6 years. So I heard a lot of stories. Actually, I didn't hear a lot of stories. I would drag stories out of people. I'm like, oh, Ray, what's wrong, dude? You don't look so good today. Oh, man, Mike. In any event, being in the listening business to me is silly. Okay, let's get back to the kids. The guy that did
Is a man, yes.
that did the illustrations is a detransitioner.
Yes.
Which I think, and you think it's important, because he had some skin in the game, as they say, when he was actually doing the illustrations. And these are actual illustrations, folks. This is not AI-generated garbage.
He drew it
He
by
actually
hand.
drew these and
He's
painted
a very talented
them.
artist. It's interesting because a lot of people who get caught in this trans ideology, they tend to be the artistic types. They tend to be the creative types. So I know a lot of detransitioners who are very, very talented artists, including this one who just did my book. So his name is Nicholas Blooms, and he is a professional illustrator for children's books. He's been trained in school for it, and he described doing this as very therapeutic. So I am not his therapist. However, I tasked him to a book that he said was very therapeutic for him. It was very meaningful because he liked the idea that he was doing a project to save other kids from the harm that he experienced from taking hormones as a man, and the psychological harm for really hating himself for who he was, for hating his body for so many years.
And you have 25 years of experience at this.
I do, yeah.
That's a long time. So when you first started this, therapists and other adults weren't encouraging kids to do things that ultimately would result in chemically, psychologically, and surgically mutilating themselves.
No.
Where did the wheel come off?
So my story is I was on disability, I think, when the wheel at least was shown to come off. I think the real turning point was around 2015. People speculate that's when gay marriage became legal and the
Obergefell.
the activists needed a new cause, and so the trans activists really swooped in. But I didn't really notice it until I came back from a disability, which was in 2020, 2021. But things were really ramping up before the lockdowns, before the COVID era. In 2018, there were a lot of girls already starting to identify as trans in certain areas of our country.
Oh, no, I can tell you the story. I know exactly.
Okay.
In 2016, the City Council of Charlotte, North Carolina passed the bathroom ordinance.
Oh.
Passed the bathroom ordinance and said that that men could go into little girls' rooms and public parks in Charlotte, North Carolina. And it only took like a week, and a 43-year-old pervert made his way into a little girl's bathroom in Charlotte, and mom found out about it, and the rest, as they say, the legislature then went, no, Charlotte cannot do that, and they passed a law. It's called the Bathroom Ordinance Law, and this was in late spring of 2016 now, and so it goes into effect, and guess what happens? The test trial balloon to see how powerful the rainbow, gay, homo, trans lobby is gets its first test. And guess what happens? Bruce Springsteen, Hall & Oates, Oprah Winfrey, name your garden variety left chart influencer, big name, all say that they're never going back to North Carolina again. PayPal says if you run a business in North Carolina, you can't use our service any longer. And so they tested it out. The legislature backed down. And then the next test was Mystic Pizza in Indiana. Mike Pence was the governor. Mike Pence asked for the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, RFRA, to be passed so we could sign it. He signed it. Mike Pence then in 2015 asked for the RFRA to be repealed because the owner of Mystic Pizza got sued by a gay couple, a homosexual couple of men, who set him up to ask him to cater his event, their wedding. He goes, no. He goes, I'll tell you a dozen pizza places that'll do it, but it's against I won't do it. Those were the two chess trial balloons that set this in motion, and the rest, as they say, is history.
And then pop culture really took off at that.
Yes.
Around that time, you have Bruce or / Caitlyn Jenner. And there was that show, Orange is the New Black.
Yep.
There's plenty of. I Am Jazz was on television since I don't know what year.
You know, you know how terribly that kid has been exploited.
Yes, that poor child. He's now a man.
Is it the mom is still exploiting Jazz?
Yeah, the show is still on. It's still being aired.
He's just sick.
Yeah, the mom is really sick. So yeah, he's really a victim that's hailed as a hero, but I see him as a victim.
Total victim. Okay, so then you started. How long did it take you to write Froggy Girl?
Well, the whole conception of it took over a year. I wrote the words pretty quickly, but then there were some re-edits, and then working through the art with Nicholas, and then working with the publisher. So, it's a long, slow process, getting it exactly right, getting all of the little details. Publishing a book takes a long time.
Oh, I know. I published several. I'm a publisher. I've done this before. Don't try this at home, folks. No, actually, I believe in self-publishing. Retain the rights to your work. It's your work. Don't sell it to anyone.
Thank you.
You'll always you'll regret it every time that little check for $8 comes in the mail, and you go like, "That's what I got." Well, you say we gave you in advance. Okay, folks, you can find the book on Tuesday at FroggyGirlBook.com. FroggyGirlBook.com. Is there a video out?
There is a video on YouTube, of the book. I actually have one of the reading of the book.
So they go to FroggyGirlBook.com. They can find.
They can go there and they can find the reading of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic, great new children's book. Something that really needs to be done as well.
Thank you.
Pamela Garfield Yeager.
Yes.
So I had to go from memory because I'm like, where's my cheat sheet?
Yeah.
Pamela Garfield
It's not
Yeager.
an easy name to remember.
No,
That's okay.
it's beautiful.
Yeah,
It's a beautiful. No, it's a beautiful name. I like the name. It's Pamela, right? I like that. I like her. Who is she? You published this book. Do you think the grandkids would like this book? Do you? I think. Melania, what do you think?
I would love Trump to get a copy. That would be great.
All right, Pamela Garfield Geller, folks. We are signing off of the day. I'm going to check out to have a bourbon. Thanks to Pamela. Thanks to all our great guests. Thanks to Maggie and Jacqueline, who has become quite the Wirecast expert today. Our husband Steve and Maddie P and Ashley and the sisters are over there, and all our great guests and volunteers today. Mike Church signing off. As always, God bless you and Mary keep you.
losing all my breath. Making love to you was never second best. I saw the world crashing all around your face, never really knowing it was always mesh and lace. I'll stop the world and melt with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. I'll stop the world and melt with you. Dream of better lives, the kind which never hates. Trapped in a state of